Incremental routines. So here's the second video from James B. or experimental learning about incremental routine commentary. In this case, knowledge valuation, and especially using neural review. One of those features that is not usually covered, at least in YouTube. It's about 1 hour long. Okay. And I'm pretty sure there are tons of golden nuggets hidden here that they are not noticed. So let's see.
Hi guys. So yesterday I did a presentation with Xander from the podcast called Beyond the 20 Rules, and in it we did an item review. We talked about
I watched most of that episode, not fully yet. Incrementalism.
item formulation. We talked about 20 Rules of Knowledge Formulation by Piotr, and we also
Piotr Fośniak.
added some of our own extensions. And right at the end of that presentation, we talked about something that I'm super interested in, which is knowledge valuation. You know, what things are actually worth encoding as items. And so that's basically going to be the topic of this session. I'm going to be doing some research into sort of valuation in general, and then focusing on knowledge valuation specifically. And I think that SM is very, very well suited to this sort of highly interdisciplinary inquiry, essentially. You know, with valuation, there's so much to talk about. You can talk about stocks, money, knowledge, of course. Talk about hoarding, real estate, yachts, and of course, we can also talk about antiques. And so before I get into the research, I kind of wanted to show you a clip from one of my favorite TV shows at the
No idea about this TV show.
moment, which is called Bargain Hunt. And in Bargain Hunt, you have two teams. They have to go to a garage sale. They have to buy 3 items and sell them for the most profit at auction. And this is one of the most interesting items I've seen get sold at auction on this show. And I wanted to show you it to sort of, prompt some ideas about, why people value certain objects. What are the properties of these objects that
Really point.
that they value, and is there some sort of underlying framework guiding their decision to value something highly or not value it very highly at all? Okay, let's
The
watch.
decision is made. Yep. The die is cast. We're getting out of the coop, and we're going with a cockerel.
Big hopes for this one.
Big hopes.
It's the plush tea cozy in the form of a cockerel's head. This is as cool as you can get. So here we have a cockerel one of the 1930s. Put him on tenner. £10 for it. 10 a bit. 10, 12, 15. Over there at 15. You look like the sort of bloke that would wear one of these. We're up to 32, 35, 38, 40,
internet.
at 45, 50. At 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. At 85, 90, 100, 110, 120, 140, 160. At 160, 180. At 180, 200. At £200 now.
It's true.
At £200, 220. No! Are you sure you're finished? No one else coming in the room. 240.
Yes, you've done 240.
At 240. Sell it at 240 then. 250.
Oh,
At
yes.
£250. Anybody else? At 250. It is the most lovely cockerel's head I've ever seen. At 250, I sell then. At £250, no one else in the room.
That is unbelievable. The most...
There you go. So I hope that's perhaps caused some creative associations, some serendipitous creative associations in your mind right now.
Yep.
I hope it's got you thinking about, why people value the things they do. What sort of properties about that object did they actually value? And without further ado, I think we can get into the actual research for today. All right. So essentially what I've done is
By the way, what he's doing, I think he created the concept and then he manually did those topics. Or perhaps, there are many ways this can be achieved, but there's no topic that he extracted from a source. So those are his questions. What is valuation? What is value? The alchemy of knowledge? Okay. Quality-based domains and all of that sort.
created a concept in my output folder, and it's sort of structured almost like each topic is a paragraph in what will hopefully be.
Okay. And here, that's a screenshot of the video.
Like an article or perhaps a video. And so I actually started doing this a while back. Actually, let me see when I started this.
By the way, now I noticed that he's not using the brown background. It's this dark blue. At least works better. There's more high contrast. Even though I understand why he kept this white background, because he has a dark theme. So I don't know if this color already means something for him, or he's just updated the template in between those videos were shot. So now this is the equivalent of his brown color.
This one's been around for a while, maybe? Control Shift H. Yeah, a long time. So since I've been writing this for a while.
Fun story, that is just 2 days after my first session with Raj, trying Supermemo 18. Was August 2nd,
Now.
2020.
So the first thing I'm going to do is actually go back.
Hey, look at that. It was in my face. So you know the expression golden nugget. And then when it's not as good, but it's really good, like a second tier of nuggets, I call them silver or bronze, like the medals. And he mentions copper nuggets. I think this even works better than silver. I will steal this. Copper nugget and golden nugget. And that is his convention. The dash dash greater than to more or less simulate an arrow, so that I know for sure that everything here is his own creation. And also because sometimes I also noticed the British spellings. Because he's British, I know that it won't be Wikipedia or stuff like that. Because you have the American spelling instead.
And look at what I've done so far. Try and remember about the sorts of ideas I was having, whether they've changed or not, whether I can add anything else in. And then I'll start probably doing some subset reviews, start linking to other concepts, because knowledge value.
Okay, so he does links other concepts. This is a step needed for having meaningful neural reviews later.
Valuation is like linked to so many other things, as I was saying in the beginning. So, all right, I'll get right into it. So as I just suggested, in incremental learning,
Now's the voiceover. Okay.
the intervals between when you first see an element and when you next see it can grow to be very large. So often what you need to do is when you next see the element, you need to go back and sort of refresh your memory of what exactly when you next.
And again, this is his convention. That he's using the ignore the selection as highlighting. And by the way, this can be changed if you really want to do this. Right-click HTML component, text, style, edit file, and now here you will see some class called ignore. Here you go. So that's the background color. You change that to different HTML, or you can just use the color you want, if it's named in HTML. The size, everything you want. It's a good choice because yes, I can do this, brain shows, Ctrl-Shift-I, and now I have this highlight. Oh, it's very tiny. No worries, if I want to use this, style, edit file, I remove this, the size, gone. Save this. And here you go, now it's the same size. Oh, it's very close to the thing. Oh, I can just have, if I want, some padding. So, padding, let's say left, 10 pixels. Here you go. Oh, I also want padding on the right side. In Supermemo, I will I use this convention. I could use padding and have the 4 numbers, but I prefer the old style because Supermemo is very limited. So that looks better. Depends on you. So now I know that this, hey, I'm highlighting this, it's not actually ignoring because I don't use ignore. And this would be used when I import Super Wikipedia, for instance. Here you go. The M box, message box. So it's a strategy because if you want to highlight a text, either you do an auto-hotkey script or you make the text selection, right click, then reading and highlight. Here you go. Funny thing that is just next to ignore, that it has a key binding. Okay, let's continue.
See the element, you need to go back and sort of refresh your memory of what exactly you were thinking last time you saw the element. And actually I think rather than that,
another hint that we know that everything in this text is genuine from him and not from a source is that there's no reference.
it grows when you next see the element. So often what you need to do is when you next see the element, you need to go back and sort of refresh your memory of what exactly you were thinking last time.
Here you go. So in this case, there's some genuine content because the convention, yeah, but this is from a split or an extract or something. And this comes from Pleasurable of Learning, from Supermemo Guru.
You saw the element.
And there's nothing. That doesn't mean necessarily because he could have used copy-pasting. But based on this convention, now we know. So if you use this convention next time, even if it's in 200 days, like in his case, hey, I know this is mine.
Element. And actually I think rather than that being a disadvantage of incremental learning, I actually think it's one of its major strengths, because that time interval in between when you see the elements can act as a filter on some of your misconceptions, and it can also act as sort of a buffer zone where you have a bunch of time to learn the prerequisite knowledge that...
Exactly. You have an opportunity to forget the details, crystallize the knowledge, make the abstraction of that knowledge, and so on.
You weren't familiar with before you next see the topic. And that's especially useful if you're working on quite a difficult problem or a problem where it requires sort of a deep dive into multiple different areas.
Okay, in this case, I will stop to read the content. I don't know if it's relevant, but for me it's really relevant because it's about Supermemo community. I just saw that, Supermemo community. So let me take a read. Part of the frustration between Anki and Supermemo, the two cultures, is that there's a big difference between the average user learning a value function. Yep. Actually, this might not be true. Rush informal poll in the Anki Discord, and an image that has been broken, by the way. Influence of Piotr Wozniak's philosophy on the Supermemo community means that some, many, most, all, duopoly, use Supermemo for free learning. Okay, so I don't know the exact result of that poll, but at least I can tell you, based on what I have seen in 4 years of the community, is that people who join and stay for a while, perhaps then they move on. So it's rather short term. They use Supermemo for, not for free learning, but for exams in the school system. Perhaps they free learn on the side, or once they graduate, they use free learning. But sadly, based on the questions and discussion, at least now, not, I would say some. Between the options here, before I would have said many. Now I would say some, at least the active users. Because you also, in the Supermemo community, there are 2,300 people, more or less, in the server, but only 30 people are active, are what's called communicators in the server. That they just send messages or use the chat voice once a month, I think, or a week. Cost. Different costs in terms of time, energy, generally of various learning solutions. What is the relationship between the value and the cost functions? If so, how can we create items that cost us little time to review and provide maximum value. Exactly, that's that's the best case scenario. I invest a low effort, at least in time. The cost in time is very low, but I get a massive value. Because if I get a lot of value, but I also require hours, it's not the same thing, right? And the worst case would be that I spend a lot of time creating items that just provide very little value. Like, if we simplify, for language learning, I make some vocabulary very specific and arcane that it's very unlikely I could use this in real life. The one that I could imagine that I covered in my videos is sixated. And yes, it's a useless word. My only use of this word are in my videos as an example of a word that is useless. So kind of ironic.
If you're interested at all in incremental writing, I definitely recommend that you check out Master How to Learn.
Is an atom a golden nugget or a copper nugget? It's a slight tangent, but usually what I discovered now that I record my own videos, I have been recording my videos in Supermemo for 4 years. I saw the footage of 2-3 years ago. Oh yeah, this is a golden nugget, it's awesome. So my knowledge evaluation back then was at the level of this is a golden nugget. And today, or some years later, is no, I do not agree. Now for me this is a copper nugget. It still has some value, but not at the same degree. I was overestimating the value of that golden nugget. And I think there are different perspectives here. One is the perceived value, like it's the start of the video, that chicken thing, item. The value perceived just by the heuristic evaluation. I just see this visually and I estimate the value. I don't know the quality of the material, or if it's rare and I could resell this or whatever that may be that provides value. I don't know that. But at that moment, it's, oh, this is super valuable. But perhaps I don't have enough knowledge. I'm just exploring this degree, this field of science or domain of knowledge. And later, when I'm more knowledgeable, I can do more educated valuations. Then it's, you know what, it was actually kind of wrong. And turns out that it's not as valuable as before. The golden nugget stays the same. It's me, it's my previous knowledge that changed. And this will change my evaluation of that knowledge. So it's could no longer be a golden nugget. So the golden nugget is dynamic in time. As a knowledge goblin, today, for me, this is gold. But could be that with my increased knowledge, that gold becomes copper.
Learn's blog. He's done a bunch of articles on incremental writing, and as far as I know, most of his articles were written using incremental writing, so he's definitely...
Okay. So he's not linking right away, because yes, I know that in Supermemo... sorry, I have to clean the table because I'm sweating like a pig. Oh my god. So, he's not linking right away. He's like putting a topic, like if it was a momentary, very temporary task, that, hey, here I need to link the evaluation and see the lab, something he will have in his collection already.
Definitely got a bunch of experience, way more than me, in this domain.
Just a preview power law, yeah. This looks like task, and he's using his convention, so
Okay.
he knows his stuff.
So I've read through most of what I've done so far, just basically loading up my working memory, trying to remember actually what I've done. At this point, what I want to do is show you some of the articles that really inspired this research project. Research project.
Off topic, but here you go. Master How to Learn. I actually did a recent reaction to his article, not this one, but the one that he said that he moved from Anki to Supermemo and then from Supermemo to Obsidian. So it's so nice that we can learn from each other, but in Supermemo, not that many people are actually using Supermemo to begin with. And then that they commit some time to share this to the world.
So I think I'll start obviously with the 20 rules of knowledge formulation. So essentially, why we made that presentation the other day beyond the 20 rules is because
Yeah, the podcast episode. No, the video in his channel, yeah. That I will react to that eventually as well. It's on my list.
well, at least for me, a large part of it was that the 20 rules of knowledge formulation only deals with knowledge formulation, or at least primarily deals with knowledge formulation. It doesn't deal with the sort of prerequisite step of knowledge valuation. You need to pick what you're going to formulate before you formulate it, of course. So he does create this meta rule, the pleasure of learning. So one way you can interpret it is that you should be guided towards those topics, those subjects, those pieces of knowledge that are pleasurable for you to learn. However, I don't entirely agree with it. I think that
Nice. He doesn't fully agree with that. Let me take closer attention. This is high value. Why he doesn't?
there needs to be some sort of meaningful goal that you're pursuing when you're doing your learning. You need to have some sort of application of the things that you're learning in order.
I think he's heading that learning for the sake of learning. Yeah, because you're free learning, you do what you want. You just follow your learn drive. But there's no clear goal that, I want to build software or write a book about a specific topic or something that is concrete. Even if it's a very broad objective, you could get there. But if the premise is that I just follow my learn drive, I do whatever. Yeah, a little of language there, but I won't be able to speak that language, another language. Oh yeah, about this topic, about, what he discussed in the previous video, about the technique in the high jump, in that athlete, machine learning, all of that. But yeah, if I'm not able to code and program anything in machine learning, I cannot speak and understand that language because I don't do enough stuff. What's the purpose, right? I'm just having fun when I learn. But what's the applicability, right? If I have no goal, what's the point? It's like related to the myth of the objective by Kenneth Stanley, that I know he also covers in some of his videos. Let's see what he says.
In order to make good decisions about what material you import, what you turn into items, and so on. And this isn't a unique thought. I think maybe I was influenced by this article.
Adi Matushkak. Okay. The dominant culture around space repetition memory systems is fixed on meaningless goals. Yep. And James himself, he actually has written an article. I actually contacted him because of this article. Let me actually check Discord. He says it's not the same as the original, but well, it's metrics, optimization, and the paradox of deception. It is possible to track progress towards meaningful goals. It's like it's more in a positive light. I actually didn't read this version. The one I read was the more negative. That, for instance, Anki users rely on meaningless goals. To have that many repetitions done, that many flashcards done, or to keep a streak of days that you have used the app, that it's absolutely useless for a free learner. It's a pity we cannot have this version, but at least you can get this. And also you can read the Andy Matushka. He is like the most famous influencer, should I say, or micro-influencer within the space repetition. Even though Andy has never been a Supermemo user. And he will never be, most likely. And it goes then, in another perspective of this, meaningful goals, is that everything I read, I will create an item, right? I will create a flashcard to remember every single detail that I read, which is not, just because I can do it, doesn't mean I should do it. There's knowledge valuation. So if it provides very little value, why should I create the item for this? How it will benefit me in the future? If the applicability, I know that the applicability, it's very marginal. It's very unlikely I will apply it. Yeah, because it's fun. So then, because I experience pleasure with this is enough. This justifies items that only exist in Supermemo, and I only will see the content in the software, in the app, not in real life. But while I do it, I still have fun. Should I keep it? Should I spend time on it? Is it meaningless? Define meaningless. What's meaningless is the applicability. But hey, for me it's like pleasurable, it's entertainment. So, it's not black and white, it's not at this degree. So at some sort, I still do something that I know it's useless. It won't benefit me, but for me, I don't know why, I want to see this eventually, time to time. So I still do it.
Or Working Note by Andy, right? And he's basically written that the dominant culture around...
Exactly, and that's something I'm guilty of. Yeah, because with Anki or Supermemo, space repetition basically, oh yeah, I can know all of the capitals of the world, all of the US presidents, and you can take it to the extreme, like I did, to learn, or should I say memorize, remember a lot of stuff. Very obscure Japanese words that the only hits in Google are dictionaries. So, yeah, but I memorized a couple thousands of those words because I wanted to, because I could. Useless. Sorry, meaningless goal.
And space repetition memory systems is fixated on meaningless goals. And he gives this example, this common failure pattern in my opinion. People often, having found a space repetition system, Anki or Supermemo, they decided to use it to memorize things that really have a very low probability of actually being useful in your real life or anything else. I propose that people need to have some sort of meaningful goal. In terms of valuation,
implicitly he's mentioning that if this piece of knowledge doesn't contribute to any of your goals, you're not going to cover it. In his first video, the first commentary video, he went through the article of a brain. He got what he wanted about the sleep and something about the neurons, and that's it. He applied done and removed anything else. So when you are in the honeymoon stage of space repetition, you have seen how powerful it is, and you remember most of what you decided to remember. Oh yeah, I could remember this, I could remember that. And I even remember reaching a point, especially when I graduated the first degree, is what do I do now? It's like, let me find something that I can Ankify, because I'm running out of stuff to remember. Because now I don't have curriculum. What do I do until I do the masters and I don't have a curriculum, right? Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's this very good article by Was, and he basically tries to...
Supermemo is a tool for a programmer, yeah. I didn't read this fully yet. I think I should. This is one of the very few articles that I still have in Supermemo, and I didn't fully read that. About Supermemo, I finished everything, but Supermemo Guru, not everything. And I know James has self-taught programming.
Disaggregate the value of an item into its component parts.
And this is more meaningful because if you're a programmer and you want to invest some time creating flashcards, it's because you want to apply that knowledge. What happens as a programmer is that the technologies, the programming language you may be using or libraries has a lower lifespan. So you have to take this more into consideration, because if I learn about the human anatomy or basic chemistry, this will be true for life, right? It's not going to change. Perhaps some discovery here and there, or misconception eventually, but it will be just details, especially if it's basic. But with programming, perhaps what I learned today could be outdated, irrelevant in 2 years, and I will need to learn something else. So then, hey, the cost benefit is something different, because this needs to be applicable in the scope of the now and the next 2 years at the most, not in the next 3 decades. So if the time that I invest creating those items does not save more time in the next 2 years of having to check this every time instead of memorizing it, we could say that I prefer to forget this several times in those 2 years because I save the time. Because committing this to create the item, thinking how to create it, rep these items several times, this will consume more time. If my goal is long term, indefinitely in time, it's a win-win most of the time. But if it's just 2 years or something short term, it's not the case. So when this comes into play, and I think here there's a more fancy criterion: the time gain, number of reference needed for a given item, its reference time, a non-associated penalty. Yeah, more fancy, but goes in more or less in this direction. If the time you invest is not saved afterwards, you're losing time.
So he basically comes up with this method of deciding whether it's worth creating an item, and it's pretty interesting. I definitely need to reread this. I'm sure I've read this before, but
it's not that long, to be honest. Yeah. The cost of the review. Yeah, it could be said like this: if the cost of the review it's not high enough, it's too high, don't do it. Then you forget it. Just relearn, re-Google, or ask AI once again, and that's it.
Yeah, so I will definitely reread this article in a second. And finally, there's this article, this excellent literature review by Gwen on space repetition, and there's this paragraph here where Gwen provides sort of a fast and frugal heuristic for deciding whether it's worth creating an item. And basically it comes down to 5 minutes. He decides that if memorizing an item can save you 5 minutes of time, then it's going to be worth creating that item.
Okay, so that's the rule of thumb. It's an heuristic you can use. 5 minutes is quite a lot. Depends how you... On the domain, always take this in consideration. For instance, the language learning flashcards are quicker to do. So even if you do, 10 repetitions, the total time you will spend is less. But language is kind of specific because you could also have implicit repetition outside of that flashcard because you use the same structures, the same word, vocabulary, and so on. But if there are facts, who was, what is that, which, how many, pam, then this is different. But also there's some limitation because sometimes the value is regardless of the time commitment. So I don't care how much time I will save knowing this. So I won't have to relearn it every time. But it's so applicable in so high level that other facts are like dependent on this piece of information. So it's like it has a tremendous value to know that, to keep this in memory, even if it's costly. Let's say it's instead of 5 minutes, doesn't save any time. Not just that, it has a penalty that you invest more time instead of saving the time. But it's so highly applicable and so transformative that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like those techniques that could apply in any of my videos. Wow. I know I'm not providing any specific example, but I have some, but it will be too long to explain those cases. But sometimes you want to overrule this, that regardless of the time, you want the value it provides, the applicability value.
And I'm not entirely sure.
Because the other example could be that, yeah, it's super short to do. I only need 10 seconds per repetition maximum, and only 6 repetitions of my life. So I will save more than 5 minutes, but the applicability will be close to none. So yeah, as in the likely event this will happen, yes, I will save some, let's say, 10 seconds overall. So I save 5 minutes, but I commit 4 minutes, 50 seconds. So the net difference is just 10 seconds. And if I do this with a lot of flashcards in the thousands, yes, I will have saved some hours, but this is assuming that I will know that I will continue with this for life. So let's see what he says about this.
I agree with this heuristic so far. I basically have some preliminary.
Oh yeah, 5 minutes is the line that divides trivia from useful data. Great summary. Yep, and I was leading there, that you can memorize a lot of random trivia. Perhaps it doesn't save anything. But later, like when I know this is a very an outlier case. Like the guy that go to the Jeopardy or I don't know which game, TV show, to win money, and all you need to do is to answer trivia questions. Doesn't provide me I don't save any time at all. But with perspective, we could say that instead of working a lot of hours, a 9 to 5 job, I only work 4 hours a day. And this is just using Anki to remember these trivia questions. And after some years, I win the TV show and I get a lot of money. A lot more money that I would have gone working a 9 to 5 job. So even I have invested less time than working a full-time job, I got more money. So I didn't have to work as much. So the time investment is huge, even though it's like the goal, right? It's not by case because you don't know exactly which flashcards you're going to use. You will need in the test, in the TV show. It will be a selection of that. So it's an outlier case, but it's to as an example to reflect that the value could be just something else, not just the time saved.
Thoughts on that? It basically came down to the 5-minute rule. It didn't really make sense to me because the distribution of time that you spend on items in your collection is a power law. So 20% of your items require 80% of your time. So those are.
I remember Piotr Wozniak saying that, like, if you're article by memory, so I'm assuming this is wrong because I haven't created the items for that. That if you have 5% of the leeches, your collection are leeches, this will be the equivalent of spending like 80% of your time, something like that. So some items will consume a lot more time than others. So he's referring to this. More or less the Pareto principle. So you will have diminishing returns. If you do what you want, then you could have the luxury to just suspend that. And I will do it later. This can wait a year even, right? But if you follow a curriculum, no, you have a deadline. You want the maximum possible on that particular day. So if it's a leech, you will do lots of repetitions. This will increase the cost of knowing that item.
The leeches in your collection, right? And the rest of them will require very little time. So when you just have one figure, 5 minutes, almost like an average figure, it doesn't really make sense in the context of.
Exactly. Let's simplify that the 5 minutes is in the 20 when the color changes. And yeah, it's the average, the mathematical or statistical average, but it's not representing most of the cases. Almost no one is in the average. So that's the case.
Power law distribution for me. Though I will admit my math is not nearly as sharp as Gwen's. So I could be completely wrong. I just made a task to do a subset review of power law distributions. So
Okay,
hopefully
cool.
we can find out whether I'm thinking along the right lines. And secondly, I had another thought about, is there a double power law in play?
Double power law.
Is item value also distributed according to a power law? And if so, how can we create items that cost us very little time and also provide the maximum value? How can we get items that are like right over here, so they require very little time, and also create the most value, over here, create the most creative associations and ideas. So here I was just sort of fumbling about trying to get that paragraph from the Gwen article back into my collection, since I'd already imported the article at an earlier time.
Okay, see, he already had this in his collection. Cool. Quite sped up.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave that paragraph from Gwen under the original article, and I'm going to use links to link it to the output folder and also a number of other concepts.
Link to the output folder. Just that. It's not that precise. Okay.
I'll show you as I do it which ones I think are sort of related to what he's talking about here. So I do link.
Okay. So instead of having one master AutoHotkey script that perhaps imports other hotkey scripts, and then you assign a function to a key binding, he's actually typing in, filtering AutoHotkey scripts that execute that function. I'm assuming because he's, I don't know if that's because of limitation of the virtual machine or his personal preference.
Value and cost and learning.
By the way, he has 174 members, concepts, so it's quite decent.
Of course. And of course. And
something I didn't mention before is that if you really want to use this behavior, this flow, this is possible in Supermemo by using hot strings. So if you don't want to set a key binding to trigger this function, like open web links, final drill, at the, well, this already exists. At the split line, it's Shift Alt H. Perhaps you want to rebind this. Or status bar. This makes sense because he always has a status bar hidden by default. So I don't know what app he's using for this, but yeah, that depends on you. And sometimes I have redundancy, especially for scripts that trigger on elements, on the element window. So I can type this on the topic, and then it will delete what I have typed in, because I don't want to stay there, and trigger that. And I can also have the key binding for it, if it's a different window or as a redundant of what I want to use anytime. So good to know that he's doing this with many little files. It's, let's say, uncommon.
what are you talking about here?
And as a power user, he uses AutoHotkey. Because eventually, if you use Supermemo for long enough, you will need AutoHotkey to overcome the so many limitations of the user experience and interface.
Here is also related, of course, to the article, so knowledge valuation.
Look at this mental model catalyst. Oh my god, so specific. And here's one case that I think he has an unintended duplicate. Object-oriented programming and object-objected programming. What's the difference between those two concepts?
Right. Okay. I'm just going to do the rest of those tasks right now. that I created for myself. Set.
Yeah, set. It's not for me. It's not enough. You have to start typing in every time. I prefer a key binding most of the time. Now he has set this link. Okay.
So linking to valuation, linking to Nassim Taleb, who has very interesting ideas about valuation that I'm sure will come in handy. And then I'll do a subset review of whatever I have in my collection.
Why, if he has created a folder for tasks, why he's using topics and not tasks? Well, because they're short-lived. He will do this in a few minutes or later today, and it's just one action. So it's not worth to create a task, set some value, the priority, and so on, because it's not incremental. It's just one action. So that's something you can do. What I prefer in my case in the folder, I will create even if I create a as such. So since the beginning it's a folder, means there. Let me actually do it. So I will create a new folder, and it's empty. Oh my god. Okay. So what I will do is I would apply, because it's dismissed. Now I apply a template, and here I will do subset link this, link that. I prefer this approach instead of having individual topics. You cannot see it in the knowledge tree. It's like the con, but I prefer to see everything in one single place, especially if it's just very short term.
Collection about the power law. I might need to go and find some stuff from the internet for this because my math knowledge is very lacking. So
Same.
all right, let's link to valuation. Valuation. Here you can see me using the program.
He doesn't save that much time linking the concept, by the way, with his auto hotkey. So it's just a matter of taste that, I prefer this key binding instead of the built-in. But it's not actually simplifying.
UELI, which is the keyboard launcher, and I'm using some. Here you can see me.
That's the app. Let's see what it's called.
Using the program UELI, which is
UELI. I think that's automatic captions.
the keyboard launcher.
Oh yeah, it's like this. Cross-platform keystroke launcher. Oh, it's in Windows as well. Oh, nice. It's even in the store. I never used this Microsoft thing, the store. Oh, look, DaVinci Resolve, what I use for editing the videos. Oh my god, it's more than I thought. So kind of defeat the purpose, because I can trigger this without a hotkey already. So why having a third-party tool to trigger an auto hotkey script? Yeah, it gets the applications I have, and I'm assuming I can customize this and so on. Yeah, okay.
I'm using some AHK scripts to help me do some UI automation, setting the concept and things like that. I definitely ought to have a concept for Nassim Taleb because there's so much you can talk about with this guy. So I'm going to go to my people folder and I should turn that into a concept actually.
Exactly. So you could have a people concept, but if a person in particular is very rich, like in material to go through, and sometimes even in different domains, like Nassim Taleb, Nassim Taleb will become a concept himself.
Definitely recommend getting used to AHK if you're going to be using Supermemo because...
Oh, auto hotkey, yeah. AHK, yes, I think it's the first time I see this said out loud by the acronym. Yes, it's a must, as I said 5 minutes ago. If you're a power user, you will eventually start using it.
It really helps with doing this sort of UI automation thing. So, for example, in order to move around the tree, the knowledge tree, I often set the concept and then press Alt-C, and it will basically select right under that concept. So it's really convenient for navigating the tree. And actually what I might do is search in my collection, have I already got a bunch of stuff for Nassim Taleb, and I might move some of it into this concept so it just makes it easier to find. So Control-Shift-P, then Alt-G.
Exactly. Control-Shift-P, element parameters dialog, then Alt-G. Because G is underlined, it will go to the concept group. Alt-T will go to the template. P will go to priority, and so on. And here you have to drop down menu with all of your concepts, and then you start typing the concept you want, and it will get filtered with the candidates that match what you have been typed. What you have typed.
Nassim, yeah. There we go. And that will move this under that.
Okay, right away. Finally, new information, because he doesn't ever show the element data window. So he is using a no template element. So I don't know why it looks like this. It's because when he has no template, it looks like this. Or perhaps even his regular template, instead of being brown, it's dark blue now. But at least now we know it has no template at all.
Nassim Taleb concept. There we go. So in some cases, I've already imported some of Taleb's work under other concepts. So he has the concept of the black swan, right?
Exactly. So this is one of his works. This is related. You could link Black Swan theory to the concept to the Nassim Taleb concept if you want.
And so
he had one concept. He has one concept, but he had one folder here. You could have converted this to a concept right away because you created a concept that was empty. But now you realize that there are many ways you can do that. At the very least, with this topic, you could apply set, Nassim concept, and that's it.
Some of his work is already under there. I think what I'll do is I'll link Nassim Taleb to Black Swan.
Yep.
And in that way, if I do a in that way, I can just associate the two concepts rather than moving this under Nassim Taleb in the hierarchy. I can just keep this here. And
exactly, you're linking this, so it's not important, relevant where it is in the knowledge tree because you have made this semantic connection, semantic link.
Associate them through the links.
Even though it's a pain to link this, it's not as straightforward as personal knowledge management apps. But yeah, it can be done. It can be done slightly easier if you use auto hotkey.
So. Okay.
A little more links here and there. Yep. Here you have the UELI. Okay. Only 44. Okay, I thought he would have more scripts. Randomize final drill, and he also has final drill. So I'm assuming he wants to. Well, he actually uses final drill, because if he cares to do scripts for this, it's because he actually uses. So perhaps he uses final drill for just trainees. I don't know. It's kind of rare to see people using the final drill. Link concept. This is what he executed. Priority is an interval, randomize. So he has specific layouts, and one layout is just for reviewing. Like now that he has the browser window in a quarter, and the element window the other quarter, and the rest of the screen is just something else. In this case, the file browser. And that's the difference. One thing is set the concept, Ctrl-Shift-P, Alt-T, and the other is link the concept, which you have to navigate the menu, or navigate the menu through the keyboard.
Okay, yeah, like I was saying, this is very interesting, sort of developing better heuristics for valuing something on the fly. So we've got the 5-minute rule from Gwen. Is there anything that we can add to that? Is there, you know, any other sort of fast rules that you can give yourself to improve the quality of the items you make? And it seems like this would give me a bunch of ideas about that. So I've increased the priority, and I'll link it to the output folder. Valuation.
Oh, I noticed another convention. Dollar recommended reading. This is to, let's say, to influence your valuation. So even if I see that that's not a big deal, it's not that important, but because who recommended this reading to me, or just generally, perhaps in a blog post, was not directed to me necessarily, I take this into account. There is some value here. Like in the first video from him, he mentioned someone. 1 second, let me actually cheat now. Oh yeah, this, any round. So now this, even if it's not suggested, this has increased the priority because who recommended that? And he has the convention, so he can search for this. Dollar recommended reading without spaces, camel capitalization. Good to know. And look at that, 3 consecutive dashes. Something you will do eventually with Supermemo when you also become super power user is you will rely more on those conventions.
Valuation.
Valuation. That's because it's auto hotkey script, and perhaps in the editing he also speeds this up. View recent, previous, other, concepts. Okay, he has all of the concepts. And I can tell you that all of these mental models were created the same day. Well, it's on my face, February 6, 2019. All of these were created most likely one after the other in the same day. Almost everything here is from February, the same year. With the only exception of exploration exploitation from the first video, specialization and generalization, and knowledge tree pattern, design pattern. Everything else is from the same year, even the same month. Wow. Collecting, yeah, he's doing a subset of some sort. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, okay, so he has searched for Taleb in his collection, because he already had a lot of content there, even concepts and items, even though the priority of those items is quite low, in the 50% range or 40.
So during this period, I was just looking through more of Taleb's art.
Yeah, it's just still funny, this distribution, this layout. This very low height of the element window, it's very uncommon.
Articles and just...
Even though I know that is one of the layouts that is not the main one. It's only when he has this flow. But even though it's, I mean, you can only fit, what, 6 lines of text?
Setting the priority or linking to the output folder to articles and just setting the priority.
And here you go, this is a different layout. And yeah. So he kind of switches back and forth. or at least because he's opening the browser window. He gets the browser layout.
Or linking to the output folder.
Wait.
The output folder.
Oh, the priority. Okay. Again, he always uses very round numbers for priority. He seems that he's not using AutoHotkey for priority, almost. Interesting. For the first scripts, or I think there was one with priority and interval, but other than that, he seems to always input a manually and a run number. This is easily automated. If you want just 10, 20 of the combinations that multiples with 10 up to 100, super easy to do.
This sounds very interesting. You know, is there a way that we can discuss the uncertainty in the uncertainty inherent in learning something? Like, you can't know before you have a creative association which parts of what you've learned were actually really important for creating that association. It all seems to happen sort of behind the scenes in your mind, unconsciously. So maybe this will be useful. Who knows? I'll link it. Let's see.
Unrelated to what he said, now I noticed that he has the icon here. The software is running. The one, what was the name? UELI. So what's happening today is that it's taking a lot longer than I thought. Now, I am only 18 minutes. I will have to stop here, even if I want to continue, because I have a tutoring session scheduled, and then it will be night time. So I won't be able to use the chroma key. So I will have to stop and continue some other day. See you in
like having a curriculum, like in the traditional education system, you have basically a situation very similar to central planning, where people decide which knowledge is worth you learning by packaging it into a curriculum and telling you that you have to learn certain things. And then, of course, there is the sort of self-directed free learning approach, which is sort of models itself more closely after like a free market approach. I don't know if I did a good explanation there, but you can see that it's just so interconnected. Valuation, all of this sensitivity analysis stuff, and computational expense. Yeah, super useful.
Again, delete before cursor, but he makes the extract and then deletes that. I answers priority. Yeah, by the way, IAG, okay. Because before he removed that, and I could not understand why. Okay. By the way, just to let you know, in case you don't want to scroll down every single time, if you want to get rid of something you have extracted, so let's say that I do this extract, and because I do long repetitions, I keep going, and I don't care about this, and then I do another extract here. So if I'm here already, yes, I will do the delete before cursor here. But if I'm doing something else, checking something, I come here again, and I am in a different position, instead of scrolling down, pam, 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 oh yeah, it is here, and apply before cursor, another thing you can do is remove all of the extracts you have done. This is possible. Right click, reading, and delete processed text. And here you go. All of the extracts you have done and so on, they are removed. And the perk is that if you have ignored something in between, it's still there. In case you want to keep the images or some not so important text or whatever, you make this difference. In this example, I said that I wanted to ignore one paragraph. I didn't pay attention. It's because of the sake of the example. Usually, I will know, oh yeah, it was this one because I will have paid attention. So you can also do just this and continue. in case you don't want to extract. So I don't want to extract this, but I do this. So I extract this one, and then I delete this. It's another workflow. So you can do whatever you want is more convenient for you, or a mixture. You can do a hybrid solution depending on the case and so on. So there is flexibility. Oh, that is the name he said before that I had no clue. And the I didn't catch in the captions. The frugality, that is something online. Oh, link not found. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
Why he doesn't import this as text?
this looks excellent. What scientific concept would improve everybody's cognitive toolkit? Anti-fragility. Very nice.
Oh, with this I'm already sold. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is one of the books. I have all of the books from Taleb, and I kind of skim 3 or 4, the most common, most famous. But I never spent the time to actually read those. And I think I kind of regret. I think it's time now that I actually do.
Convex tinkering. This is another of Taleb's.
Yeah, he mentioned that in one of the topics, was there on his notes, and he has a concept for it. Cool. Oh, look at that. Unsorted concepts. So this implies already that he has hierarchy. Concept hierarchy. Not other than that, he wants to more or less keep a sort of this, a semantic sort of those concepts. But as an incrementalist, you're cooking on that incrementally. But in this case, knowledge is not even a concept. It's still a folder. And learning, here, 5,000, there's quite a lot here. Why it's a folder, not a topic?
Concepts.
And one concept is concepts. It's kind of meta.
So what I'll do is, I will link this to Taleb. I think I haven't done it already. Then I will import that article on anti-fragility under the convex tinkering one. Why not? Okay. Wow.
Do you get this usually when it's the first time you use Internet Explorer? Because I may assume you never use Internet Explorer. You can change this in the settings. Because Supermemo every time will try to use the clipboard remotely to copy and get the text.
Okay.
And in this case, this gibberish is not because of Supermemo. I noticed this was already in the title, in the website.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
What concept from Taleb? What? It's too quick. That's it? What concept from Taleb? Anti-fragility.
Perfectly sets me up for a beautiful item right there. Thank you, Taleb.
And delete before cursor. I notice a pattern. So as soon as he extracts, he deletes that extract right away. In the same repetition, strictly speaking, it's not probably a repetition. It's not being counted. It's not being logged as repetition because he just imported that and is doing the actions there. So you only have the automatic repetition. I will not do that if it was my collection. Because next time that I will see the repetition, in this case, the first genuine repetition, because he just imported that, I will see that I have done something. I know that I made this extract. It's like telling me, my future self, a reminder, hey, you did this. If you delete it right away, you don't know. So when you have the repetition, you will have to look at the ancestors or the knowledge tree. Oh yeah, in this case I have a child, so perhaps I did an extract, but you don't know the extract exactly. And here in the extract, I already see that, hey, I did something about the lab. I add my own stuff here from knowledge valuation, implicitly. So then I can continue. Now makes sense that he does this because this is your kind of removing some context, implicit context you'll have next time. But makes sense because he doesn't do short repetitions. His repetitions are super long. So yeah, with this flow makes more sense that you will don't need this because you don't interrupt this that often. And he still continues. Oh, I thought he was done. So he doesn't even wait to finish the repetition. It's like methodical. As soon as I did the extract, I just remove it from the source.
So around here, I started to realize that pretty much.
And he created the.
It's for item right there.
It's too accelerated because of the editing.
Thank you.
So now he has a topic already. He has an item ready. Just as package. How come?
Taleb.
Delete. Yeah, okay. I may assume he did that and edited this. This is one example. This flow is kind of similar to the zero repetition incremental reading. That you don't wait for the incrementalism. So you do the extract. You navigate to the extract right away. Then you delete it or apply done right away, or, well, in case. So the flow is the same of incremental reading, but you do this in a straight one action, in a concatenation of action, a chain of actions. So he makes the extract. Right away navigates to the extract. It will be this one. Just as a packet sent by mail can be the stamp. Then he navigates to this element on left right away, immediately. Then he creates the close deletion right away, and then apply done immediately. That's why it becomes a folder. So you have this, like, at the very least, 3 repetitions into one. The zero repetition incremental reading, because how many repetitions has this folder? None. Only the automatic when you create it because of the extract, and then you apply done. You have never pressed learn, and this popped up in your repetitions. Never. And the item will next time, but for now it's automatic repetition. And depending on if he continues with this, the parent of that, anti-fragility, if he keeps going until he finishes the text, it will be 0 repetitions as well. Because he looked for this. Or in this case, in this very same case, not this one, but the previous one, something sensitivity, was a neural repetition. That means that he finished, I don't know if he pressed learn and moved on to the next one, instead of moving manually. That means that he will execute the repetition. Even if it's not outstanding, it will log the repetition. But all of the other stuff he's doing, unless it's being edited out or I fail to notice it, he doesn't click learn, it's not being logged as a repetition. I wonder his stats would be the average repetitions per topic in his collection. I may think that it will be kind of low.
Thank you, Taleb. So around here, I started to realize that
Oh my god. That's how off the screen now we see that indeed he did the close deletion. That's, I think, the default color until the orange color for deletion. So that's not the item, by the way, that's one parent. I don't know where he is at, because the parent is dismissed. Yeah, it's out of sync, so I don't even know. Yeah, Taleb systems at 10. Yeah, it's not shown in the screen. I'll need the ancestors window for that. And now he highlights benefit. Keep in mind, this already created a flashcard out of that.
pretty much everything Taleb writes is going to be perfect for this project. Oh man.
Tables. Yeah. Actually, one of the very few how-to videos pending to cover for me is how to process tables in incremental reading. There are some features in Supermemo, in case you don't know, that you can convert this table to a hierarchy of bullet points. So you repeat every time the columns, and it's more friendly for incremental reading.
Learning. Yeah, there we go.
Learning. Fragile classroom. Robust. Real life. Mathemata and mathemata. Okay. I'll have to check that. Anti-fragile, real life, and library.
Fragile classroom, exactly. Nailed it. This is so cool. Fragile classroom, exactly.
As James said at the beginning, a school system and curriculum-based learning, because that implies formal education, classroom, the same thing, versus self-directed learning.
Nailed it. This is so cool. The triad. Oh yeah. Oh yes. I'm not really sure.
Keep in mind, if you select the columns, i.e. the tables, select a little more after it. He started from the bottom. So in the case you start from the bottom, select a tiny text, or even if it's an empty line before that. Because if you don't select the entire table, and you are left in the final cell, it may happen that the styling breaks, and even the layout breaks. So, and if you exceed the selection, it's a way that you can guarantee you have the starting tags and the ending tags, HTML tags, that are not seen, but are there.
Oh yeah. Oh.
And he's super excited. This is like, what you see here, it's a knowledge goblin when he finds golden nuggets. This pleasure of land drive, the pleasure of learning.
Oh yes.
Because he's perceiving a lot of value here. From the start of the video, if you remember, the action.
I'm not really sure what he's talking about with the concavity and convexity. I know.
I think the lab is like a challenging author, so it's not a easy. Whatever you read about him is not an easy read.
Got that convex tinkering thing. Oh, something about evolution as well. Black swans.
One of the most known books about him and theories.
Something mathematical about this. All right. I'm going to take this, extract it. I need to do some more work to try and understand actually what he's talking about with the concave and convex stuff.
Incrementally.
But this.
So in that case, he has the formatting all preserved. So keep that in mind.
Is awesome.
As soon as you do some extra close deletion, please don't do that. Don't make a close deletion on a table. That's a blatant violation of many rules. You could mess up the layout as well, especially if they are multi-lines.
This is going to get a 2. Super useful.
Wow, this is the highest I have seen ever. The highest priority, he said. Oh, that also means that he has very high priority items for Chinese. I was not expecting that.
Cool. Like this could be used to like sort of give you a guide on what sort of connections to make, what sort of concepts you could make, and then the connections between them. You know, you could link all of the anti-fragile domains into the same thing, and then all of the fragile domains into the same concept, and find the similarities between them and so on.
One of the ways is not the ways. That depends also on the person. That's the beauty.
All right. All right.
I stop at every frame possible, like I'm such a lurker.
All right.
OBS. Something fascinating. So you know that he edits his videos. Usually most of what he does is to speed up and silence the video and then add voiceover. Perhaps he also cuts entire sessions, entire chunks that are not present, not even sped up. But now we can know that at this time the edited video is on the half an hour mark, but he has been recording for almost double, 54 minutes. Interesting. He uses Linux and I think MP3s to play the video, so he checked the video and then eventually he removes videos that he recorded. I'm guessing once they are out in YouTube.
Right. Are you anti-fragile to such uncertainty, physical or epistemic? Epistemic is what we're interested in, right? I think I can understand what he's saying here. This.
Okay, so you know that when you go neural, the neural queue only builds some repetitions. Until you don't do more repetitions, Supermemo won't calculate the next ones. I think the maximum you can go is a few hundred, the first maximum. Because usually you won't go further. You don't do that many repetitions in neural review. He has been in the neural review for quite a long time already, even in the edited version. And how many repetitions has he done? Not that many, because it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. Even though there's his pattern, his flow, that he does very long repetitions.
Smaller the probability of some event, the more difficult it is to predict it, the more convex it becomes to computational error. You can't predict it by trying to run simulations or anything. You want to make sure that you have lots of these tiny... You're exposing yourself to events that have very small probabilities of giving you a lot of value, right? Rather than many small events that could completely crumble you, you know? Okay.
Also, something I noticed. So let's say, that was me, is wow, that's my job. I mean, I will import this as soon as I get my hands on my Supermemo collection. Well, one book from Taleb is already there. So I know that Taleb will be appearing constantly, and not just him, not about his biography, but all of his writings and theories. There's a lot of content and quite complex, and overlaps with many other concepts that I have in my collection and that are very interesting for me, that I want to cover. So, what I would do is, even if I go neural, is I will want to create items right away since the start, because I will have something repeating. It's like I have the same TV show, different episodes of the same show, and if there are different books or theories, are like different seasons of that TV show, right? So I will want to remember the name of every character in that TV show. I'll make sure that this face, is his name. Okay, gotcha. As an analogy. So I will create the, okay, when he says it's concavity, yeah, let me take this opportunity. Let me violate the incrementalism, like he has done multiple times in this recording, and let me create the item right away, because I want this to appear in my repetitions. The sooner the better, because I want this. I want to guarantee, like what I said in the first video, the first incremental reading commentary, that is like an insurance. I want to guarantee, even if it's kind of basic, I want to guarantee I have this in my memory. That's why I will create the flashcard. But on top of that, since I know that, oh my god, there are 20 seasons of that TV show, yeah, let me commit the time to know the characters of everyone. The names of every character, I mean. And he's not doing this now. So he created one item, as we have seen. I couldn't see the exact question and answer, only the title. But that's what I will do. At least when I have a hunch that, hey, that will be a repeating theme, a keyword, a key concept, populating concept in this ecosystem, or sub-network, we could say. So I want to play safe. I will create the item right away. Or the items. In this case, there will be more than one.
So that's obviously got a lot of links with finance and stock investments.
Also look at his body language. He is also into finances. I have seen the... I mean, I talk a lot, but I don't say everything I see. Imagine that. He had, at some point of the video, he showed his concept about finances, and was massive. So even though economics, it was economics or finances, I'm not sure. But look at the quantity, it's massive. So he really cares about this concept. And look at his body language.
Stock investments.
This is, I'm not an expert. That it's whatever it is. I don't know if that is interest, excitement, that means it's different of the baseline. That's guaranteed. There's a spike of some emotion here. I mean, when you experience a pleasure, the aha moment, the eureka, and oh wow, I mean, you cannot have a poker face.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is getting a 4.
A 4.
I want to see this again and think about it.
I would like to know his priority protection. So when he means high, like before it was 15, this high is above your threshold, your priority protection, or not?
Changing this inequality is the hidden engine.
Oh, and did you see? That's the finish.
And think about it.
That's the end of the article. So he has, I'm pretty sure he has read the entire thing, the entire content of that topic in one single go. Massive. That's why all of the topics that are created because of extracting here will have the same first repetition date that I have seen multiple times. It says February something 2020 because it was done in one single go. If you go noodle, doesn't mean you have to go through everything at every repetition that you go noodle. What stays true is one action, one memory, not at the same degree, because you prioritize solving the problem or get creative, whatever your goal is to go noodle. So if achieving this you need to read more, absolutely you will read more. But not at this degree. Not everything. Unless it's like, wow, it's massive that I'm completely sold. I'm so hooked that it's a drug I cannot stop taking it until I don't have anything left. And I have no choice to stop. The equivalent would be that, yeah, I have no more text to read. Even if I'm a junkie and I want to continue reading, there's nothing else for me to read.
Changing this inequality is the hidden engine history. Now the central point By a simple mathematical property, one can show why.
Central points. He said something about central points. Not central planning was okay. Yeah. Trillions. Well, retirees lost trillions. The fact that executives get upside.
Under a model of uncertainty. Okay, items in that column.
How?
So I'm going to move this under the table.
He's going to move this. Oh, this is uncommon. So this comes from Antifragile from the edge.org. Okay. He did cut and he pasted this on where? Now consider the triad. Where is the source of that? Okay, it's from the same source. Okay, in this case, no big deal. So you just reformat what you will have extracted anyways. It will be a different story if you move that source, that extract from a different place, a different article. So the source is a different. Okay, no big deal, no big deal. It's not what they thought. And now this becomes empty.
I've pretty much got rid of everything, so I'm just going to hit done. Yep. There we go. Back to this one. Let's see if there's any.
Did you notice what he did? He manually clicked the knowledge tree. He's not following the neural queue. He did for 2 reps maximum. And now he's going to the, let's call it rabbit hole, which is not something you want to avoid, by the way. It's totally fine. And you could invest hours. So it doesn't have to be, no. That was meant that I just do one action, one memory, and I follow, religiously follow the neural review. If your knowledge valuation is telling you want to keep digging into this, please do so. Please do so. But just to let you know that, because if you see the stats or how it works, that he is actually navigating manually, and even if he finishes everything and applies done, he will apply done with the still one single repetition. That's the automatic. Not even the neural repetition is locked, because he navigated there manually.
Anything quickly that we can get? Squaring. There we go. Squaring is a convex.
Squaring without any E. Okay. It's a convex function. Take a die, 6 sides, and consider the payoff equal to the number it lands on. You expect 3.5. The square of the expected payoff will be 12.25. The square of 3/2. Now I assume we get the square of the numbers on the die. 15.16. So the average of the square payoff is higher than the square of the average payoff. The average of the square payoff is higher than the square of the average payoff. Yeah, that needs careful reading.
Convex function. Take a die. Consider a payoff equal to the number it lands on. You expect that. Now assume you
It's
get
higher because 15 is higher than 12. Yeah, that's easy math.
the square. Okay, no, I don't understand that. Alright. Jensen's inequality I haven't heard of before.
Jensen's inequality. Neither do I, by the way. Says the following. For a convex payoff, the expectation of the average will be higher than the average of the expectations. For a concave one, the opposite, the grandmother's health, is worse. If on average the temperature is 70, then if the average temperature of 70.
For a convex payoff, the expectation of an average will be higher than the average of expectations. Alright.
What is Jensen's inequality? That is a new topic, a new concept introduced. You could just Google if you want and import it, depends on you, but you could do this next time. Be more incremental.
I'm going to extract this and keep it as its own thing, as well as...
So funny thing that he copied this from a different extract. he added something, and then he asks this yet again.
Just having it under here since it relates to the... Actually, no. I'll just extract this as its own question.
Answers priorities, okay?
Like a 6, yeah.
A 6, okay. That's why if you leave this, as I mentioned before in the video, pretend that's the table here. So if I leave this, I'm signaling this, hey, no worries that this is elsewhere in a child because I did the extract. This color is reserved for the extract. In my collection is slightly different because I have customized it. But this is always the same. Every extract will have this same color. I can just leave it. There's no need for me to delete it or apply delete after cursor in this case. I will see the table and then, oh yeah, it's related to this. It was here. But yeah, I'm processing this elsewhere on its own because I want its own scheduling, its own priority, that it will be different from the table. But they are very, very interconnected. This just is highlight color.
Okay, let's move on. The reward function and preferences.
In this case, I think now he's following his neural cue. I don't know because is not ever showing the windows to know that. This is only shown in the stats window. And now he has what seems like I don't know if it's a topic or a item.
Economics.
He just modified, by the way, in case this has a template, he just modified the width and the arrangement of the components for every single element having this template. So far, when I have seen the Ctrl+Shift+P, the components, the parameters window, it was no template. I may assume so. That's the case. But yet again, it's actually a topic, not that I see. What's the relationship between the reward function and the preferences in economics? Keep in mind, that's just his own question because of his convention. And there's no need to do the... there's no question mark, but we know it's a question. Online decision algorithm. Cool. And he did 4 reps. So I'm pretty sure he did something. And then that was processed. And the only text left is just his question. And hey, what is this? This is tutorial of Thompson sampling. If you remember, we have talked about this in his video, the Thompson sampling, with that study from the Alabama, with a few hundred African American men with syphilis. That was unethical. Nice. So he has some Thompson sampling. Cool. But if it's neural view, wait a second. Is this related? We started with knowledge valuation. So is this related to knowledge valuation? The Thompson sampling? It will...
One of the benefits I found.
It will help me to get creative, get new insights. I don't know. Let's see.
Learning purposefully in order to answer the question and to research about knowledge valuation is that I was thinking about everything in terms of that question. And so when this element came up, I was already primed to sort of think of it in terms of knowledge valuation, and I was trying.
Such a good insight. Golden nugget right there. Just because you, as a user, started the neural view, now you're primed that even if this pops up and I only have this question, I'm already primed, as he mentioned. But hey, this has to be related to knowledge valuation because this is my anchor point to start the neural review. So now I see it with the perspective of knowledge valuation. Is this would have been shown any day when it become outstanding? Because assuming by the date, this was not outstanding. The recording date, I think, was in the year 2020. So this was in the future. So eventually this will be shown in 4 months or half a year. And yeah, I will do this with just this question. What relationship, not necessarily related with the knowledge evaluation. That is a key difference. Absolutely.
Trying to make connections effortfully between those two domains. If I were to link this to what I'm doing, knowledge valuation, what I would say is that and I think I've written about this before, but I didn't do a very good job of explaining it. The reward function is like your end goal in learning, right? This is the thing that you try to maximize with some inputs. You try to put a bunch of inputs into your reward function and get the maximum value. And your preferences sort of guide you. So your preferences would be sort of like...
They shape your preferences, shape your reward. That's why if two people with different preferences experience the same, one person can have a big reward and the other a very little reward. To simplify.
No, I'm not sure.
What was that? Okay, it's the search. Yeah. You can have your own personalized, as I think he has now. Or the... Yeah, it looks like the default. Yeah, I actually never use that. I just rely purely on hotkey for this. So he opens this in the... So he opens this in the browser. In this case, just Google. Okay. Reward function.
And another benefit I noticed from doing these sessions and recording them is that I feel more motivated to put in the effort to search.
Another golden nugget that I also discovered back in the day, that because I was recording is, oh yeah, but I cannot leave it like that now, right? Let's continue just for the example to have a full-fledged example with the premise, all of the body and the ending, the conclusion. So you will try a little more because you want quality for the viewer, for you, that you are watching this video. So perhaps now I would stop if it was me. I'm sweating like a pig. But hey, I want something meaningful. I will keep going. And I experienced that because I recorded my sessions actually since the very beginning. Since the very beginning, when I was a complete noob. So I do fully agree with his statement. Even though it takes a while to get used to, you have to invest more time to then edit the videos, if you edit, put it online. Also, you show your face online, all of that. So you also, at some degree, you have to sacrifice your privacy.
For the answer and try and actually connect things together.
Yeah. So it will be nice to see that if he is not recording, what is his average repetition? If he doesn't go with these so massive repetitions every single time, that he spends way too much time, or he reads the entire thing. By the way, this is the almighty incremental reading. This is the almighty Internet Explorer. Now you can also open this within Supermemo if you want. I don't suggest to do so, by the way. It's kind of crappy, but just to let you know, it's possible. And now he changes the layout. So at least I noticed that he's switching back and forth at the very least 3 or 4 layouts across his regular use. That depends on you. I'm not a big fan of this, having just so many little space, vertical space. So I will prefer to make this separation horizontally. But that's the beauty of layouts. You can put it the way you want. If you use a laptop, it's likely your screen is smaller. And if you're not at home or in a place, you only have one screen. So you're kind of limited in the space. So good to know that you can use your different layouts and then switch back and forth, depending on the requirements of that moment. But all I see always is a knowledge tree. He never has the stats window, even if it's collapsed like I do, like this, only this. So you can see the review. If you're into a subset, a null review, all of that. And in case you use concepts and templates quite often, this window is also useful because you can know which concept is being used, set, and which template. There's no need to have all other tabs open at all times. And I see that he's not using any of those three that I have here. With his flow, he does not require such windows. Okay, and now he's kind of reformulating based on another source, even though if the source is not present in Supermemo.
Yeah, so like I was just saying, I've written about this before. The reward function in reinforcement learning seems to...
And yet again, he's just changed the layout. And in this layout, or just maximized the window, I think. No need of... I don't know if he has a specific layout. He never clicked there in the window layout, so I cannot know the list. So this can be achieved by either a specific layout or just maximizing the element window. Because since he has a virtual machine, if it's maximized, it still looks like windowed mode. You have like a huge margin still, border.
To just give me a lot of thoughts about, the end goal in learning.
What's your end goal? What is your end goal in learning? Having pleasure, maximizing your pleasure. I know he's not his goal. He already said that. He doesn't believe this, because for him this will be has an opportunity to be meaningless, goalless. Sorry, to lack an end goal. So what is yours? You want to maximize the quantity of knowledge. The quantity of knowledge applicable, so the maximum benefit you can take of, regardless of the knowledge, how it is. Could be a moderate amount of knowledge, but maximize the output of that knowledge. What it is? Is there one epistemic, one unique, best, optimal? I don't know.
Basically, I'm trying to link it to what I was saying at the beginning, the importance of having a meaningful goal.
Here you go.
It's important because it's going to guide the learner's behavior, right? You basically say what you want to accomplish, and then all the actions you take, right, within this system should be consistent with your reward function, your end goal. And in that way, you're always ideally making progress towards that end goal, and learning like meaningful stuff rather than being fixated, as Andy put it, on meaningless goals.
Meaning goals, but I think just following your pleasure is not a meaningless goal. So I know that he says that, I want to create 1,000 flashcards a week, or do that many repetitions, or know all of the Pokemon names, or the dates of every American president when they were in on the office and stuff like this. Keep in mind this is relative. So what is pleasurable for me, it will be different for someone else, and even for myself. My future self will be different, and my past self has been different. Before, many years ago, a decade ago, I was having fun with Japanese language. Not anymore. Well, not at the same degree, not at the degree that I can say, yeah, I will do it for pleasure. No, I will do a ton of stuff before I do this. Has a higher priority before Japanese language. That's why I'm neglecting this. I have been neglecting Japanese for years. This is one example that, hey, yeah, but what I do is exactly the same. I'm maximizing the pleasure. My end goal is pleasure. Yes and no. Because I also learn something that I require for my job, even though I like it. It's not, I do it like a grind that I don't like it, it's painful, but I have to do it because it's my job. No, because I like my job, and I like what I am learning from my job, because my job is new. I have never had this position as a business analyst, and I'm learning this position as I work, basically. So it's like a hybrid. That, hey, I do what I want, I do what it creates me pleasure. Sometimes, regardless of the applicability, that's why I still have some vocabulary that I know it's obscure, but for whatever reason, I like those words. I don't know why. Even though it's a small percentage. And I do some other stuff that is required for my job, or it's applicable for what I want to do. Oh yeah, for my own needs, I want to do a script. For Anki's or special petition, whatever, for my own convenience. So learning how to do this script, it's not the end goal. It's a means to the goal. That this will let me easily create flashcards for what I want to learn. That could be the Korean language now. But I don't require to learn the Korean language. I don't need it. I don't even have the goal to speak it. My goal is just to learn it, because just learning it is pleasurable. Then being able to understand it, make the puzzle of this, because I like the language itself. I like it. So I like the language. I like learning the language, which is not the same thing. The language learning. I met someone who liked language learning, but didn't like the language. So you like the methodology of learning a language without specifically appreciating the language itself that you are learning. So this is possible to experience. So what is the end goal? There are many, but if you say the end goal is like the ultimate goal, and sometimes because now I believe in the serendipity and the myth of the objective, perhaps I just want to create opportunities. Like just watching this video, reacting to this video, I already came across some snippets, some golden nuggets that I would have never looked for. So if my goal of this video is something different, I want to process this video to share my 2 cents, what I can add. Not to the same degree than other videos that they take a lot of things for granted. Even though he still takes things for granted, he doesn't explain exactly everything he does or why he does it like that. Even though he does an excellent job, based on what I have seen. What I do most on his reactions is just adding my opinion instead of explaining. I still explain here and there, but not at the same degree. So yeah, for me it's a combination. And if you have an end goal, you will become a victim of your goal, like the myth of the objective. So perhaps just doing what apparently is random, arbitrary, because I just do it for fun, to maximize my learning, my pleasure. Perhaps I'm creating opportunities to discover something that will be abysmal, and it will lead me a lot closer to my end goal. I could say, in a few words, because I'm expanding quite a lot already, my end goal is to introduce everyone to the free learning paradigm. They have an opportunity to break free from the school system. Check my secondary channel, my education, my life, my education. And then provide the tools. Now you know that the school system is super harmful. It should not exist as how it is now. But hey, you need to provide the tools and the methodology, because yes, if you provide me the tools, but I don't believe in the paradigm, I don't trust it, I don't understand it, the tools are useless, right? And the opposite is true, the other way around. If I provide you the concept, hey, did you know this? You fully understand that concept, that paradigm of self-directed learning, but you have not such tool to actually learn. What do? So my end goal is this. I am committing a lot of time, and I'll continue to do so until the day I die, or I'm able to be productive with this goal, unless I have reached such goal. But based on my hunch is that I will die without achieving this goal. Perhaps it will be later, in the future, post-mortem. I like to think that eventually this will be true. Or if it's not, it will be the end of humanity. It's the ending that I would like to see. Not that I want to destroy the humanity, is that it's what it will be logical to happen eventually if we create monsters. Depressed monsters through coercion. But yeah, that is my end goal as a whole. That makes sense of my existence, my purpose in life. But yeah, in a subset, I can do whatever I want as well. That doesn't fit this, doesn't require this. So if I learn Korean, it's not adding anything about my end goal. Unless my end goal is, you know, that Korea is, the school system is even worse. And if I want to reach that society, yes, learning the language is one step. But I don't do it for this reason. It could be like a welcome side effect. I do it because the language itself, it's pleasurable for me. And what I consume, TV shows, Netflix and so on, it's in that language. And I enjoy it. It's a hobby of mine. If that won't be true, I will not do it. So I'm constructing to my end goal. Is there's one unique end goal? Has to exist one end goal. But whatever I do is affecting my behavior. Why I'm neglecting, and I have been neglecting Japanese for that long, for several years. Why do I'm prioritizing now doing these videos in my channel over my own sessions? So I'm cutting short or completely missing my Supermemo sessions because I shoot those long videos. Why? This is affecting my behavior. It's affecting my learning behavior, my learning experience. Why do I do it? Because this is greater in my end goal. I prioritize sharing this to the world above my sessions. So if I committed 4 hours a day for 2 months, I did this for a reason. And I do believe in that. And especially because it's pleasurable. If it was not pleasurable for me, I will have quit. That this channel will be dead. Absolutely dead. Sorry for the long tangent, by the way.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know Bing did that. That's actually really nice.
Now instead of Googling, you can also do AI. Hey, here's an account. I didn't notice that. I'm such a lurker. Oh my god.
So, let's say the learner exists in some system or environment. They now have a bunch of, this preferences thing describes when you have like a bunch of different actions that you could take. And you have to select the one that will, to link it to the reward function, maximally satisfy this reward function and give you the most reward possible. How to link that to learning? In learning, I suppose a very simple example, you click on a topic and you see some interesting paragraph. It's interesting because you think it might give you progress to, your to fulfilling your reward function and reaching your end goal in learning. So now you have a choice of two actions. You can decide whether to make the item or to just not make the item. And you do like a cost-benefit analysis. Is it worth making this item? Will it bring me closer towards my goal?
Keep in mind, if it's worth creating the item, in the sense it is achieving, contributing to my end goal. That is a different question. Is this item worth memorizing? As before we said about the 5-minute rule. It's not the same thing. That doesn't mean just because it's not contributing to my end goal, it's not useful to know. For instance, items about health and longevity, something that I can apply in real life and live healthier. That means that, let's simplify it to the sleep that he mentioned in the other video. If I sleep better, I could learn better. And very indirectly, it's like an umbrella thing, that since I will learn better, it's very likely I will achieve my goal a lot easier because of the quality of my learning. But is directly contributing to my end goal? Not really. You could have many different end goals, and just a good sleep will be contributing to that goal, if you know what I mean. Then, if I have items of how should I cook a potato to be healthier, or should I eat the skin, or stuff like this. I hope you get what I mean. And if you, oh yeah, I think if I drink the Coca-Cola, the Coke Zero, instead of the one full of sugar, is a healthy choice. Yeah, if you know what the chemicals you're eating, you will know it's actually not. And stuff like this about health.
Right? That's pretty good. I think I squeezed as much as I possibly could out of that because.
Simple example: binary choice of selections. Make an item, don't make an item.
I don't really know a whole lot about machine learning, reinforcement learning, reward functions, or preferences in economics, but that seems to be pretty cool. I like the idea of visualizing, like having like an x1, x2 down to xn, and then having to order them, decide which one has the most value, and then play that action into the system, observe it. Did you get a reward or not? Nice. One thing that would be good. Nice.
Okay, so that is a task. I think it's the first time we see a task loaded in the element window. How do I know that? By the default green background color, which is bleeding my eyes, by the way. Information processing models of cognition, Herbert Simon. And here you go. Oh, he has a concept of recommended readings. And then about and he makes hierarchy. If it's history, math, computer science, economics, okay. And everything is a task. So here's his convention: dollar book, paper, scientific paper, lecture, blog post. Nice. Look at that, Nassim Taleb, here you go, once again. It's about him. He's not the author. Okay. Why greatness cannot be planned, the myth of the objective. That is what I mentioned. And James created a very in-depth video. Please check it out about precisely this.
One thing that would be good to add.
And textbook. He also has textbook. Okay. I also have this convention. I don't use the dollar. I use the sharp.
To neural review would be some setting to change how related you want the elements in the queue to be related to the original element that you started the review on, because I found that a lot of the elements I was being shown were quite unrelated to actually what I wanted to do. But I suppose perhaps you could just simply use a subset review if you were more interested in having something very closely related to.
Yep, and especially with his flow, that he imports articles as a child, not through the concept hook. So it's even easier to have this flow, to just do the subset of the parent. And most of what you will see is related to each other. Like the jump guy, machine learning, and all of that in the previous video.
The question at hand.
60 this time.
Here we go.
So that is his convention or paper. Doesn't have the paper here as it seems, I don't know, I'm not sure. And the P0 perhaps means page 0. It's like some very primitive way to have the red point, especially if it's external, to just overcome the limitations of Supermemo, basically.
Understanding is a poor substitute for convexity. This looks like a Taleb one. Right, perfect. Yes. Oh yes, I can see it.
Yeah, that's not an import from the browser. Because he will have the date automatically.
A metaphor or analogy here, so I know it's going to be good. Where is this in the tree? Convex tinkering. Okay.
If you use the ancestors window, you don't have this requirement. Just taking a peek at the ancestors window, you will see what it is. I don't know why he's not using the ancestors window. He relies so much on the knowledge tree, and usually, many times in this video, I was frustrated because it was not fitting in the screen, so I had no idea where he was.
So what I'm going to do right now is just take a quick break, and then I will get straight back into it and start extracting all the useful nuggets from this paper by Taleb. Alright guys, so I'm back after a little break, and gonna get...
Yeah, breaks are also good, even though if it's just 5 minutes, you can have a massive difference. Especially if it's very taxing, very cognitively taxing. Another thing you can do is interleaving. So I could just switch this and do, I don't know, language, if for me it's easy. English, let's say. If I would do Chinese, it won't be easy. For me, perhaps for him, because he's in a very advanced level of proficiency already. Or any other thing that is quite easy to process. It's more like an active resting.
Get stuck into this paper here. I think perhaps I actually finished the paper and maybe I'd copied all of this stuff that I found interesting from the paper into...
And the same I did with recording, by the way. So I'm recording now in the 40 minutes mark. It's been 2 days. But within the same day, it's not in one single shot necessarily. In some parts of the day. And I just cheat, by the way. I put on this t-shirt that is super sweat already. It's crazy nasty. But it's just for the sake of having continuity in the video. Oh my god.
to this topic, but I'm going to make sure that there's nothing still in that paper that's interesting. So I've got to find it on the internet and take a look.
Okay, a lot of stuff here. It's the edge. Okay. Keep in mind, so he ended up here from Google or a search engine. And in some cases now you have this text selection. This text is highlighted in, I think, in pink or purple. Don't import like this. Remove all of that after the sharp. You only have the base URL and import that. Because if you have this selection and you import this in Supermemo, next time you come across this with a different text selection or none, Supermemo will say, hey, that's not a duplicate. And you could import the same thing twice.
Very good. Okay, straight away. Logically, neither trial and error nor
Understanding is a poor substitute for convexity. Oh, I want to read this. Oh my god.
chance and serendipity can be behind the gains in technology and empirical science attributed to them. By definition, chance cannot lead to long-term gains. It would no longer be chance. Trial and error cannot be unconditionally effective. Errors cause planes to crash. Logic regress, okay. This should be much higher priority. 9. 9.
Finally, an opportunity to explain what I said, perhaps a video an hour before, an hour earlier in this video. He just said 2 repetitions exactly the same, but he navigated back. So what I have proven before, and now we can see it in real time. So let's look at the bottom here, the priority. It says 9. 6,267. He goes, navigates here, will set the exact same priority.
9.
9. And look at the same. And look at the position. 9,267. The same one is now here. Now he will navigate to the topic, the parent topic, that had the exact same priority. Now it will be updated in the interface. And here you go. Now it's 6,268. It has shifted by 1. Why? Because the latest one that is set is the one that is currently occupying this space. That means that if I set 10 elements in a row, I will have them sorted. The last one will be the position, the real position of 9%, and then the second last one will be one position shifted. Up to the first one that I did, that will have 10 positions shifted. That's why when he sets priority with no fuzziness through auto hotkey, or by precision, like Piotr Wozniak does, that he specifies a few decimal points, you will end up with chunks. You will have in your priority queue consecutive elements every time, because you have simplified this priority. And they shift the position by 1 only. I mean, it's a good approach, it's a heuristic. You don't load your brain like, oh yeah, that is 9, that is 12, that is 20, and so on. But you have this limitation. If you really want to combat this, what you can do is download the Supermemo wiki script for priorities. You will have these, I think there are like 10 slots that you can just select a key binding, like Control 1, Control 9, I forgot exact key binding they use. And you have one priority, starting and ending priority. I have this customized with 30 priorities. He said that that's a backup that I never use, but it will be enough. So that's how I do it. So I have 10 like this. So the higher the priority, the narrower the range is. So yeah, I want to select like he did 9. So I will press this. Right Control 2. And I will set a priority between 848 and 10.92. So I'm making sure that they will be in different places. It's very unlikely that by random I still get the exact same sequence. It could happen, but the probability is close to impossible. And then I have even 10 more. And as you can see, I still have 28. So I have 20 regions ranges for just the first quarter of the periodic queue. And then look at this. Now I don't even use decimals here because I don't care about this. It's not meaningful to have 88 or 95. I cannot prioritize well this. And it will be shifting a lot because most of what I will do, importing or extracting, what I do will have a higher priority than that. That means that this will be kept pushed. So if it's 88 today, it will be 90 in a few days, in a few weeks, or a few months. So I don't really care. This precision is meaningless. I don't have control on that. So this is an example that you can use. You can fine-tune this as much as you want and have as many as you want. And also what you can do that he never did, or at least I didn't catch it, is Ctrl Shift up and down. So look at what I will do. I set it as 9. But now I escape, and now look at this, 9.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can fine tune this. So if you want, I can just do Ctrl Shift up, and okay, I know it's already different. No need to be precise with decimal points or have an auto hotkey script for that. That's also valid. We have more evidence for results linked to a stack when incoming. So we incorrectly conclude that we largely got here to where we are thanks to undirected chance. We criticize research programs, praise undirected tinkering, but neither are right.
But that's sort of what I've concluded from this paragraph. It's not clear to me exactly what he's saying yet.
Okay, let's do something. Let's do a very little experiment. Let's see actually what the AI does. And we could compare with James. We can take for granted that he did a good job already, even if it's the first iteration. And let's compare the results. Let me add the title as well. Make a summary and explain the text. The super lazy approach by just copy pasting a screenshot. Okay, the text discusses the imbalance between lack and knowledge in achieving results, emphasizing that much of our progress is due to the chance rather than planned actions. Despite recognizing this, we continue to develop research programs based on the belief in the directed progress, creating a conscious inconsistency. Evidence on lack, fields of exceptions, contradiction in research, and conscious inconsistency. What he said, we're going to the problem place, thinking, but neither are right. Okay. Yeah, more or less, he gets the same thing. We conclude incorrectly that it's large to the what we do, our actions, but it's actually to the chance. Undirected chance, yeah, exactly. We have more evidence for results linked to the lack than those coming from the theological approaches. Yeah, I will need to read a little more for that. Nah, then. Let's compare. Compare your results with these ones from James. Copy the clipboard. Let's see what happens. Comparison. Both summaries agrees that there's more evidence for results being linked or than lack rather than directed, purpose-driven approaches. Cool. What about undirected chance? The AI summary suggests that we recognize the role of the chance, but continue to plan as if direction matters. Well, James Points argued that the conclusion about getting there to the undirected chance is incorrect. Okay. So I will trust more a human here. I will override this with my own. I will continue this myself and not follow the AI route for this. And then, criticism of research programs. The AI summary discusses the contradiction and conscious inconsistency in research programs. Whereas James Points directly state that criticizing research programs are pricing undirected thinking on both are both incorrect. Yeah, both interpretations are like that. Yeah, so sometimes it focuses too much on the. It doesn't read between lines as much. Yeah. So yeah, in this case, I will just do my own. I will not use the text of the AI. For such deep and thoughtful pieces of information, AI is too limited, but it's useful for our domains, especially if it's basic chemistry, economics, that this is for sure in many sources on the training data.
So it seems like what he's saying, rather than trial and error or chance, pure chance, what you have is some sort of asymmetry between the potential payoff, the potential gain, and the cost. And this definitely links to items for me. Like items, when you review them in a space repetition system, the cost is very low because it's been.
How many people say it's unrelated to what he said, by the way. He said spaced repetition system. SRS. Many people will say spaced repetition software. If you go and search for this, what this acronym can be for, what stands for. Spaced repetition, oh my god, it doesn't say the third. No, yeah, it's there, sorry. It's not in the part of the link. Space repetition software. I do remember, back in the day, 15 years ago, when I discovered SRS. It standard for space repetition system, not software. It's like a neologism. That, oh yeah, it's the same letter, so let's use software because now it's no longer pen and paper. If we follow here, system, learner system, okay, 1 second, learning system, now. Let me quickly Google spaced repetition. Look at the first choice. It's not even software, it's system. So for me, it's like a rule of thumb that if a person says space repetition system, means it's been in the loop for long. And if it says space repetition software, it is more recent because of the mainstream is how they mention it. So good to see that he mentions space repetition system. And going back to what he said, let me recap it away because I now forgot.
Them in a space repetition system, the cost is very low because it's been optimized to show you things at the perfect interval and minimize the cost of retaining knowledge over time.
Not perfect, let's say optimum. There's a degree of error. You cannot possibly humanly know when is the exact precise moment you will forget something, a fact.
But of course, the potential payoff from an item could be very large. You could have a...
Exactly. So even if you spend just a few minutes across your lifetime, you could have an astronomous gain.
Huge gain from making some creative association that allows you to solve some problem, start a business, whatever. I think that's why I became interested in this idea from Taleb. So I'm going to include this picture and try and make sure that I actually understand what he's saying here. I'm especially skeptical of this part that I don't think.
He's skeptical of this. Okay.
I think I got fully what he was saying.
Control F8 to get the picture. Doesn't matter where it is in the text, in what level of scrolling. It will be imported in image component regardless. I think he actually prefers really big images. He also did this ratio. I think not as a big ratio, that he's prioritizing the image over the text. Look how narrow it is.
This really showed the value.
And he doesn't create templates for that. He just do this manually every time, based on the needs of the specific image component.
Value of redundancy in terms of articles and having multiple articles that explain the same thing, because I struggled for a while to find a good explanation of convexity, and then finally in this little paragraph it really made sense in my head.
Random question. Is he in the neural review? Is his repetition neural, where he is at now? Reframe this into the terms of space repetition system or software.
Finally, a good explanation of convexity here. Makes it very clear.
Yeah, exactly. A lot easier to grasp like this, yeah.
Or at least it should do. I'll get back to this extract in a sec. Optionality, yes. Very good. Very good.
Again, he applied delete before cursor. He's super consistent. He never misses that. It's like 100% of the cases. As soon as he extracts, he deletes the extra color in the content in the pattern.
This is a great article. This is really good. This is clearing up a lot of misunderstandings that I had about Taleb and his work, and those concepts of convexity and concavity. And it's giving me a bunch of ideas for knowledge valuation as well.
Something he mentioned, that sometimes an author can inspire you in a transformative way. So you can apply more or less the same theory or thought in a different domain. Totally valid and absolutely cool most of the time. And also the feeling that, oh, now I must start to make sense. Finally, you have this high as well, learning high. It's like, imagine you have a jigsaw puzzle without the cover. You don't know the image, what it is. So it sounds like noise, randomness, arbitrariness. And then you have more information and, oh, now I know. I know, but I think it's about an animal. Then I put more colors here and there, divide the colors, and I create a big picture. I think now, oh, this is a bird, a kind of a bird. And I have this insight that, oh, aha, now I realize it's a bird. It's a beard. Specifically the image. Because I had no clue what the jigsaw puzzle was about. It could be anything, right? The same for here is yet Taleb, yeah, convexity, but in knowledge, for me this is geometry. Where do you apply this in knowledge? Like, I don't actually get it at all. And now now makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Even though this is just one piece of the puzzle, there's a lot to do still. I'm missing the big picture. I'm building the jigsaw puzzle, the big picture, incrementally. And this is tough. This will require hours and hours, many days, to fully grasp it, to fully understand it, to fully learn it, and later to apply it. Transformative in my own theories, my own learning in different books, sources, theories, or other authors, or create and publish my own. It's a never ending.
gain from the disorder cluster. Wow.
Convexity bias. Knowledge. Okay. It's performance and knowledge add. No, and something else in the x-axis. I don't know. And then you have. I'm lacking the license here. What's here? Antifragility edge. Convexity bias. Random simulation shows the difference between a process with convex trial and error, antifragile, and B, a process of pure knowledge devoid of convex tinkering, knowledge-based, and C, the process of non-convex trial and error, where errors are equal in harm and gains, pure chance. As you can see here, the domains in which rational and convex tinkering dwarfs the effect of pure knowledge. That's a huge bias, yeah? Man, I need to read this. Once I'm done editing the video, while I edit the video is, what's the URL? Let me get there, import. Let me continue editing. What is this other article? Let me import it, continue editing, and so on. Wow. 7 rules of antifragility. I have read this. Not that I have read the article, obviously, but I have read this title before.
My goodness. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to reframe that in terms of learning. Reframing.
Someone shared it in some community or something.
Learning. Yeah. 7 rules. Here we go.
Convexity is easier to attain than knowledge. Yeah, based on the graph before, it makes sense. In technical jargon, the long gamma property. As we see in the figure 2, under some level of uncertainty, we benefit more from improving the payoff function than from knowledge about what exactly we're looking for. That is massive. We benefit more from improving the payoff function than from knowledge about what exactly we're looking for. Convexity can be increased by lowering costs per unit of trial to improve the downside. Second, 1/n strategy is almost always best with convex strategies. The dispersion property.
These can be part of our heuristics for knowledge valuation. We could have 7 rules of antifragility for learning.
Yeah.
And learning, right? Reframe in terms of learning. You know, is there anything here that can give us a better understanding of
Serial optionality, the clicked property.
the sorts of items we should be making that could be, you know, more nuanced than the 5-minute rule that Gwern suggested, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is a 1. This is just excellent. And I'm gonna...
The highest priority ever, and his highest priority, remember that when he imports, his priority range is from 1 to 100. So he just matched the highest that an import can get, 1% priority.
I'll link it directly with the output folder. Knowledge valuation. And it's already in complex tinkering, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's a really good one. Damn. Okay.
Remember, when you go neural, the concept that is set has a lot of priority, then the one that is linked, then just the hierarchy. So not everything has the same weight. So it doesn't weigh the same when it's calculated, the resulting priority. What I don't know is you can link too much. It will be counterproductive if you link way too much. So instead of linking the parent, you also link every single child. We will dismiss up with the neural review.
Yeah, I really think I understand what you're saying now. So, yeah, I'm going to stay in this branch for a little bit and just go back and forth, trying to,
The graph looks concave.
restate things in my own terms. Try and do the reframing thing, reframing what Taleb is saying in terms of learning and.
Keep in mind the semantics. He always has been saying reframing, not reformulating, rephrasing. Reframing. It's not the same thing. Rephrasing is you say it the same with different words, perhaps to increase readability or to be more atomic, more succinct, so the reading is shorter, but says the same idea. Reframing, it's not the same. It's not this. You're changing the meaning. You're changing how it is written as a consequence, yes. But hey, it's from a different point of view. Absolutely different point of view. It's not the same. One easy example is the difference between translating and transliterating. So let's say that I have some text in Chinese. Okay, that's a good example. So the translation of traditional Chinese, the language itself, or Wikipedia, what you see here, is yeah, that's the translation. Gotcha. I cannot read that. So I have a transliteration, how it is written. But this is not a translation. It is still in Chinese. It's just using a script, a different script. Or in this case, spinning, using the alphabetic, the Latin script. So this will be reframing. I'm changing the perspective, the script, but I'm not translating. And in this case, this Chinese Wikipedia, this is a translation. This is when I'm reformulating. I haven't changed the meaning or anything. It's the same thing. I just change how it is worded. I think it's a good analogy. It's not a full analogy, obviously. I think it's good enough. It's a lot more simple to get it. So you can have here a lot of embedded ideas, premises, thought processes, even belief systems, mental models embedded here. But it's not the same thing. If you just reformulate, is how it is worded, how it is communicated with words. It is still the same. There are the same mental models and belief systems embedded. Absolutely the same.
Yeah, let's do it.
Then let's
do it.
Going back now, that's a good example. Now that I have increased my understanding, even in this case it's the same day, just a few hours later, not the next day. Now my previous knowledge has increased, has been modified. So now if I read the title again, understanding is a verb substitute for convexity, anti-fragility. Hey, this now is different than before. Because now I do understand what they mean by convexity in this context. That's why incrementalism will eventually win. You're just postponing the victory. The victory is inevitable. It's just a matter of when, a matter of time. Eventually, I will get it.
This is a reminder to always bring snacks to a long incremental reading session.
Oh, sorry, I think it was kind of off topic. Interesting case. Bring snacks. So let's say that if you do very long sessions, multiple hours, because this is being edited, he already did some break, but he has been working for longer. In some point in the 20 minutes or so, no, in the half an hour, I remember, he was recording for 54 minutes in OBS. So here, it's safely to assume he has been recording for 2 hours, plus the break he did. So when you do the session that long, should you eat? Yeah, I mean, you can eat whatever or drink. I drink, even during the recordings, because I'm sweating too much and it's being too long. I need to drink in between. But during incremental reading, personally, I never do. Not because I was a rule of mine that no, I will never eat between during the session. It just happened because of my habits that I never eat during my Supermemo session. And it's funny because now I was realizing that when I do Netflix or whatever, or YouTube, I actually eat. I eat in those moments, but not with incremental reading. Do you eat? That's actually a topic for a standalone video. Now it raises many questions that, because yes, some of the blood will go to your digestive system. Not only that, if I do this, since I'm a napper, depending on when I eat, this will induce sleepiness. I wonder. Yeah, now this raises so many questions. It's not a question I will have asked myself, because I have never eaten during Supermemo. Oh my god. Thank you, James. Lol. I was just speculating half a second of the video ago, and I said about 2 hours. Well, 1 hour 46 minutes. So my assumption was quite true.
Damn, I'm getting super hungry.
Okay, so perhaps he's been recording for longer than he thought. And he gets hungry because he usually eats the time of the day. Not because he wants to eat while using Supermemo, I think. Even though the question I raised stays the same. Now I'm curious.
Alright.
And I don't even know how long I have been recording. Now, I will show it to you. Here you go. I have been recording this time for 47 minutes. But I have been recording multiple times. And sometimes I stop recording. Just as a backup, because if the recording is screwed up and so on, I don't lose the entire video, hours of footage. So now actually I will stop, because this is above my threshold. I will stop but continue to record. I'm genuine. So unless I don't tell you, hey, it's been some hours, or next day, it's because it's straight. Or just some dead time to go to the restroom, something like that. So long story short, I just played record again. I don't even know how long I have been recording. Well, I could. There's one way that I do, and on my YouTube videos I actually...
Yeah guys, I'm gonna take...
he's going to take a break here. Okay. Actually, what I do, that's the day of today. It's the 20th. And I think this one is still generating. The one that I stopped recording. No, this is dummy. Oh yeah, it's the one I'm recording now. I think. I don't know. I never visit this while I'm recording, so I don't know. So far, what I recorded today, the 20th, that's it. I add this to the VLC playlist. And then I go view playlist. So now I know I have been recording for 2 hours and a half just today, but this is not the entire video, because today in this video I started at 18:34. I covered this yesterday, the first 18 minutes. So imagine that. So I guess the videos were this one, those two. So far, what I have, those are not, here I recorded another video about Linux. So far, what I recorded for this video, let's see, it's ridiculous. So far, 3 hours, 45, and I'm just at 47-minute mark. I still have 13 minutes to go. So potentially I will have recorded 4 hours of raw footage to react this 1 hour long video.
Take another break. I'm just getting so hungry, but I'm excited to get.
That also depends on your eating habits. Usually, even if now you can see that I actually have gained quite a lot of weight this year, even though I was not on my optimum weight to begin with. I don't eat across the day. I usually have just 2 meals during the day. So, and usually it's one after the nap. So the nap is between those 2 meals. So for me it's very easy to use Supermemo and not eat, or having eaten recently, or just right after, because I can stay a lot of hours without eating. Yeah,
Get back into.
It will be nice. Not that I see it's actually it could be interesting for me. You know, like you can like to hear the time. Let me go to the past. Okay. Something like here. Okay. So I usually eat here more or less. Pam pam pam. Means what happened that day? Where have I eat? When have I eaten? Had I ate during these breaks, or in these breaks I did something else in the computer? So it will be nice to see when I eat. If this has a consequence, because my meals are large, because I only eat 2 of them. And usually what I do is that I ate the first meal and then I nap most of the time. So if I will log my sleep, I don't have the file here. Such a pity. So I logged my sleep before. So I could predict more or less that before the nap is when I have eaten. And also makes a difference if I eat a lot super late at night. I live in Spain, so the soonest I ate would be 9 p.m. The restaurants don't open at before 8 p.m. to begin with. And just yesterday I ate at 23:30. So just half an hour before midnight is when I ate the last meal. So imagine that. This affects the sleep quality. Depends when you go to sleep. By the way, it was like close to 2 a.m. But also affects the learning, right? Yeah, the cognitive load and all that. Yeah, very, very, very good point.
This, because this article is, it's just full of golden nuggets. So
full of golden nuggets. So what I will do in this case, I will sync with him, and I will stop here. My current time, I don't even know my current time. 7:38 p.m. in a Sunday. So I will stop here because I have been recording. I recorded 2 hours and a half today already. So I will sync with him, and perhaps likely tomorrow I will continue. So see you incrementally to the next video, the next chunk of this video. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so another day is Sunday. So let's continue the video.
all right. Yeah, guys, I'm going to take another break. And started making some items, especially from things like convexity, since that was one of the things that I had actually originally really struggled to understand, and this article really cleared up for me.
So it's creating the items within the topic. So we'll create the question and answer, or question and answers, multiple pairs, then do the extract, and then make the resolution on that extract for the sake of having the item. And this is the best option in Supermemo, not because this should be like this, but based on how it's implemented. If you right click, create a new item and so on, you will lose the template, the concept. in the knowledge tree will be in a different place. It's not the same experience. So even if you don't want a closed solution, you still do it. For the sake of following the implementation, how in Supermemo is expected from the user to create items. It's not just that it's back, which it is. At some degree, it's a non-implementation, which is even worse.
So this is a pretty critical portion of the article for me. Critically, convex payoffs benefit from uncertainty and disorder. The nonlinear properties of the payoff function, that is convexity, the asymmetry between gains and losses, allow us to formulate rational and rigorous research policies, and ones that allow the harvesting of randomness. This is just fantastic, this section. It really links to my whole idea about adding purpose and goals and meaningful goals to the 20 rules. Having a goal and then learning towards that goal, and trying somehow to find ways to do that, exploiting the this convex payoff property somehow.
It's a good choice what he does, at least in this video, that eventually just verbalizing your thoughts is counterproductive. So it's better to just stop, think about yourself, and then just do the voiceover later on. It's something I think I only did once or twice, something like that. But because of the audio recordings, some technicality was behind that. It was not my own choice, let's say. So I will try to experiment on this, especially that I actually have the intention to cover some incremental link sessions. So it's a lot more effort, but I think it's something I should try. Then going back to the subject. How to exploit convex payoffs in learning. Learning cannot be 100% undirected. You can do a self-directed learning. Where you don't follow the curriculum. You make your own curriculum if you want to put it on those words. Learning cannot be 100% undirected. In other words, there should be an aim, an objective, a goal. This is smart thought. And value of having a goal.
Yeah, so you can have a teleological research agenda that still exploits this property of convexity. I think that's what he's saying. It's like, so you can have a framework, you can pursue technological or scientific advances systematically. You just need to make sure that you're searching for these convex payoffs. Okay, that's good. Very, very good. 3. And I'll turn those things into items.
Right now. Okay, that is a closed solution and creates the item right away. We can already see it in the knowledge tree. Interesting. He still makes the hot light, well, the ignore, that for him is the hot light, just before making the closed solution. So I think for him it's really important to signal this. By the way, just to let you know that I use plain text. In case you use plain text for your items, could be the case, I'm not the only one, that won't work, in the sense that this headlight color, yes, it's here, but it won't be inherited because it's being rendered as plain text. It's just easy, as instead of just selecting the text and do Ctrl-Shift-I for the ignore color, you just use a convention. Could be 2 asterisks, whatever. And you could do an AutoHotkey script. So it adds before and after this. So it sends a boundary, when it starts and when it ends. You don't have to do it manually, go to the end every single time, which I do. AutoHotkey script like that, based on my text selection. So at the end of the day, the experience is the same.
Not so sure about this one, so I will just leave it, and next time it comes up I can decide whether I want to make that one.
Good choice. So at least he has some incrementalism. Because today you cannot take this decision. No worries, wait for it. Usually you're already bypassing this decision. When this pops in theoretically next day, this will show up again, and then you can make the decision. Doesn't have to be now. He already bypassed twice to other items. Incrementalism always wins. Eventually wins, but it's in the long term. So to simplify, the best decisions, or the decisions that will lead to this graph, by the way, ironically, that you will get the most gain with the minimum pain or time commitment, are the decisions you will take more incremental. Because could be that later you want to use it again. Oh, now at this stage it's actually not required. So I have saved myself to do repetitions on an item I just didn't create to begin with. I won't need to delete it to begin with, because it has never been created. I think I made my point clear enough.
Not. And this I'm going to link directly with the output folder, since it's so critical, I think, to understanding this and generating more ideas about knowledge valuation.
He said link to my output folder, but he selected a concept at the end of the day. So this leaves me to believe that he has some concepts that he only wants to use as an output. Well, basically, now I don't know if he's in the output, by the way. I don't see the ancestors window, and the knowledge tree is too limited. But what they have seen in his video already, that he has hierarchical concepts. So a concept is below a hierarchy of another concept, and this could be even nested several times. So that means that, yeah, I have this concept, but I'm going to use it as an output, not as an input, as reading, just as writing. Interesting. And in case I actually did that at some point in my life with Supermemo, but I see that he doesn't use any convention, or at least that is obvious to me, that just by looking at the name, I know already it's for output, regardless of what it is. So I don't need the context that, oh yeah, economics or valuation of knowledge is inside the output folder or concept group. Because he has 100 and something concepts. Eventually, you will lose track, especially the concepts that you haven't worked that often, or not recently. It's been half a year that you almost didn't set that concept. You'll start forgetting that, did I create the concept with this already? Or especially when they are so close to each other, like space repetition. He has space repetition for programming, then the counterintuitive features of space repetition. You're going so specific that, oh yeah, was this concept like that? Did I have this concept, or yeah, this will happen eventually. That's why having a convention for also naming the concepts, so you can usually track the related concepts So in this case, hey, I want to know all of the concepts related to space repetition. Boom. I can create a subset of my concepts registry.
I think in learning, the X, your input into your learning is time, I think. I've felt like that for a while, because so much of information now is free.
Freely accessible, yes.
Online. Yeah, understanding the payoff function. Having a goal in learning, I think, is important to understand the payoff function. So let's take a very simple example. Let's say that your payoff function, your goal in learning is to make as much money as possible. Then for each unit of time you input into your learning, you want to make...
This is related to your ultimate goal. What is your end goal for learning? If your end goal for learning is to maximize economical gain, so the amount of money you will earn, yeah, you could plot it like that. So each item, how much is contributing you to create income, directly or more indirectly. But if my end goal, I don't care about money. So let's say that I have enough. I have a frugal lifestyle, and with just what I already have, I can retire if I want to. It's not my case. Sadly, it's not my case. It's just this supposition. Then if my end goal with learning is just maximizing pleasure, I will change this. And my gain and lose will be, if I lose pleasurability, if I experience boredom, or perhaps not even boredom, just neutrality. That I don't get excited, it's not fun. Even though it's not boring or painful or dreadful, it's still the lack of pleasure, it's not optimal, right? So the variable x is contributing to my pleasure. Yes, this will be better if it's not, or just a little. And this contributes to gaining, in the sense of money, economic gain? Not at all. Then what happens? Even if you measured in time, yeah, this item is more time consuming, but it's contributing to my pleasure. Here you go. But this is not contributing to my getting a higher income, so what do I do? And I will tell you even something else, that what if it's not known or is not linear? So I will invest more time on an item that doesn't produce value, doesn't contribute to the end goal at all, but is required, its existence, it's required for other items that will do so. They will have very little pain and produce a massive gain. But in order to have those items, I need previous knowledge. And the previous knowledge, I have to keep it in memory. So they're like the principles, the fundamentals, I don't know how it's called in English. It's the base that are required for those super gain items. So don't see it as black and white so easy. So I get the point, the theory. But I do believe that, or at the very least, I cannot discard some items that will be super time consuming, won't contribute to any gain directly, but some hierarchy down will do. Is some I need to invest some time, because if I have this, all of the previous knowledge fresh in my memory, accessible in my memory, applicable, hey, even if I have invested a lot of time, and per se itself, it's a waste of time. If I analyze this by itself, please remove this. It's not worth, this item is not worth your time. Yeah, not itself, but what it leads to. the opportunities that opens for me, learning opportunities, all of that, then it makes its spot. It deserves to be there.
You want to make as much money as possible from each unit of time that you input.
And this is also reminds me of one paradox. I forget the name. If you maximize my dog snoring is distracting me. So if you want to maximize every single repetition or every single creation of every item to your end goal, perhaps you are not maximizing your final output. Because you don't know now which value will provide this to you. Or you will be maximizing to the first repetition or more immediate applicability. Yeah, this won't provide. So I'm a slave of the most immediate measurable output, short-term gain. Perhaps I'm very close to my goal, but it's the other way around. I think I will require some quick drawing. Let me try this. So let's say that that's my goal. It's here. And I am here. Bam. And I try to learn. It's not perfect. So it won't be in a straight line like this. It won't be as easy. But hey, I'm researching and trying to understand. So I'm going and eventually I will get to my goal. So let's say I have one obstacle, whatever that is, something that a problem that has no solution. Let's say it's here, pam and pam. That means that I still can access to my goal. That means that I still can access to my goal. I just have to go by here at the top or the right side, right? So there's, if I just learn self-directed way, pam, 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 and eventually, boop, I cannot cross here. There's no possible solution. I cannot progress. I will just abandon. I will discard those items because it doesn't lead to my end goal, right? Well, could be that, hey, my knowledge valuation is telling me that I'm very close to my goal. So if how I measure this convexity is, it's because what I'm assessing is the maximum gain I will get. Yeah, the maximum gain is telling me to continue in this direction because I'm very, very close to my end goal. And if I want to go there sideways, I'm going away. I'm getting less value, less gain. Less gain today, but eventually, and because other items that will build upon this knowledge, eventually I will be able to reach my end goal. Even though temporarily, some of the valuations led me to a lower value or lower gain. Because this lower gain is actually required in order to get to the end goal. Because if I want to optimize for the end goal, is what provides more value? This. What's more gain? What's provide more gain? This. Boom and boom. Turns out that's not possible. I have an obstacle. I have some issue that has no solution. And perhaps I have to reach the conclusion that, hey, this is mathematically impossible, but hey, there's other solutions with different concepts, I don't know, different domains. And I can perhaps go here, and that's the optimal solution. It is the maximum gain I can get at every single repetition. But let's simplify now that, let's say that the gain is described by the length. So is look at this. Boom. Super long, super long, super long, super long, super long. Pom, pom, pom. So eventually, I reach my end goal. And each time the gain has been super high. Yes, but I also then get distracted. I went further away from my end goal, right? I spent some time that was not contributing to my end goal at all. And compare this. Let me change the color. That it's super tiny, very small steps. That they don't contribute as much. Sometimes they even regress a little. But eventually, they will get there to my end goal. Even though the individual gain of every card, every flashcard, every item is smaller. There is no one here that has provided more gain than the red ones. I hope it's clear enough, or more clear than before. So I don't know if we are in the same page, I'm misunderstanding this, or it's actually different. It's valid, but it's a different theory.
And you want to exploit convexity. If you input time and things don't go as planned, you don't want to lose. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Now that I'm thinking of one example. I created a lot of items about Supermemo. And later, let's say when I achieve mastery, I could say, oh wow, all of those items didn't contribute much to my end goal. The main goal being mastering Supermemo. Though there are some that have a lot more value than the others. They have more gain. Yes, but at some degree, some items were required. So now they didn't provide any value at all or very low, but was a stepping stone required to to make other insights, other items that now do provide more value than before. But if I had not created those items, it will be impossible to have seen this at all. So that means that if all that precedes this item, it's everything I have done before, all other gains that I acquired because of the other items, it will become impossible to make this connection, mental connection. That, hey, this is related to this other thing, and do this insight. This is still massive. It's very costly, provides so the ratio of cost versus gain, it's minimal, one of the worst, but is still required. For the overall path, the overall learning experience that goes to the end goal, achieves the end goal, and with the optimum, with the highest gain overall. If I optimize for the maximum gain in every single step, I will never reach the end goal like this. Because I will always avoid a fixed step, a super costly step at all times. So it's like this irony, this paradox, that if I want to optimize from the beginning, I will never optimize for the best case. At least how I see it. Unless it's something very artificial, constructed, and finite, like my end goal is to learn the capitals of the world, stuff like this. That, yeah, this can be known ahead of time. But usually that's not what you will do. This is a silly example. An end goal is something more meaningful, and something that appeared in his reviews is uncertain. I do not know. There's an uncertainty and randomness there, playing in the game. And I cannot measure randomness. Well, I cannot play as a human, I can do it. I'm not knowledgeable enough that with entropy and so on you can do some trickery, at least to measure that it has increased or decreased. But the point is this, that hey, there's more to it, it's not that simple.
I'm not sure if I can make the payoff function like how much money you get, because I think...
This also relates, by the way, something I discussed many years ago. It was in language learning, but can be applied to anything. So, I want the maximum gain, let's say, for each item. flashcard. So what if I get the same gain with more? So let's put a number. The absolute gain that I got accumulated with 1,000 flashcards is 10,000. So every flashcard provided 10 gain of arbitrary units. Nice. Let's say that I want to do easier items, are cheaper to do, cheaper in time. So there I have, let's say, a little more redundancy in my cards, perhaps some duplicate here and there, because I didn't want to invest time on checking duplicates, let's say. The formulation, it's not the best, it's quicker. That's why I decided to do 10-year flashcards, especially for close relations, more or less in this direction. Then this means that I have a gain of 10,000, but instead of using 1,000 items, I used 1,500. Or to make it a lot easier, let's say 2,000. Then that means that each card has provided 5 arbitrary units of gain by average. But let's say that because they are easier to review, this also makes it quicker to review. And the average time to answer those questions is also half. Let's say it's 10 seconds, to put it simple. And those that are simple are just 5 seconds, half. So if I have double the volume, but half the time, the maintenance time, to keep them in memory, I'm on the same place. I have 10,000 arbitrary units of gain. It's just distributed in a different way. If I want to maximize the gain per flashcard, I will be optimizing by the minimum number of items of flashcards, providing the maximum points, 10,000 in my example. But doing so, it will be harder. I will need more iterations, more reformulation. So the time invested per flashcard will increase, and it's very easy that it increases more than is saving. That's why I have a hunch. It's not scientific, I have no proof, and I'm not knowledgeable enough, but at least I tend to believe that the optimum won't be the lower. So the best case scenario that provides me the maximum gain overall versus the minimum time invested in my collection, in my learning, won't be the case that they provide the minimum number of flashcards. I will even tell you more. It will be above average, meaning that in order to maximize for quickness, the minimum time invested and getting the same value, 10,000, I will create more flashcards than usual if I didn't optimize for this gain. Because even if I have more flashcards to go through, they are quicker. But they are quicker to go through the more they are adding. So you have double the amount of flashcards, they are quicker than half to review. Obviously, it's not this degree, it's not a double. Let's say it's 15%, 20% increase, but they are 20% quicker or more to repeat, to review. And that was true in language. That, hey, let me create some redundancy. I have more than one flashcard about the same thing. They are different sentences, but they have the same phrase or word used in the exact same place, different examples. Oh yeah, you're wasting time or whatever. Yeah, but since I will see this in more than one perspective, then it will be easier for me to make the generalization of that. So even if I have more flashcards and I will have to do more repetitions, I will reach less times. So overall, at the end, so in the long term, I will commit less time, even though if my repetition count is higher.
The X measured in time and
being the ultimate goal, be fluent in that language, or more specifically, being able to recall and to use vocabulary. in that language.
F of x measured in money. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I'll leave a note. Think about it.
Goal in learning is to make as much money as possible. That's your goal. That's how you will optimize it. So whatever contributes to the mental health, it won't be relevant. It's not contributing to your goal. Because if you want to maximize your mental health, you won't be maximizing your money. It will be nearly impossible to do both. Or perhaps you will compromise your ethics because you want to maximize your money gain. So you know what I mean? Does it make sense to have x measured in units of time and fx measured in money?
Perfect, yeah, there you go.
Because yes, we know that our time is limited. Not only that, even if we had more time, we could make the time go slower, whatever. That we had every day, we had like 50 hours or 100 hours if you want. That means that I could invest more time on learning. Even though now that I still have a time limitation, it's not the bottleneck anymore. I'm limited with something else, and it's my cognitive level, the amount of information that I can memorize. There's a limit every day that you can do it. And since there's a limit every day, by the accumulation of lifetime, eventually you will die. So your life expectancy, even if you do this every single day of your life, you maximize your learning capacity. There is still a limit. Therefore, since I have a limit, by Piotr Wozniak is estimated in 300,000 facts, I think it's more than that. Let's say it's 300,000, then let me use the 300,000 that provide the most value for me. So even if I have more time, that now this extra time exceeds this, that I already have reached my maximum capacity. Whatever I do now today, it will be absolutely forgotten. I cannot register more information. And then everything that I can have stable in my memory is 300,000. So now I have accumulated, I have been doing this so many days for so many hours that let's say after 3 decades, I reached my limit. That if I'm adding something in my memory, some other memory will become unstable and will be forgotten. I cannot store anything else unless I remove something from it. So I do a swap kind of thing. If I have achieved that, since I know there's a limit, let me optimize for the gain. So the 300,000 would be the most useful, the ones that contribute to the end goal. So I maximize my gain. I don't have trash. Thousands of facts that, they were pleasurable to know that or to during the process. But yes, it's adding storage in my limited storage, right? And it's not adding any gain if my overall end goal is to maximize money.
Taleb just formulating it for me. Don't even have to do any work. Beautiful.
Just have a convex. The graph is described as concave or convex. You just have to choose one of those. Yeah. This is especially useful as redundant flashcard. So you already have the flashcard, what is convex in this context and so on. And this is an example of a flashcard that is super quick to answer. So yes, you are adding more repetitions because you have more than one flashcard now, but this is a lot easier. So next time that you see the other flashcard that asks about the convexity, it will be easier to answer that question as well. So overall, you will do more repetitions, but they will be quicker. And also you have invested more time on creating, on formulating those flashcards. But now, oh my god, my dog is snoring like crazy. But now, with AI, does this change the picture? Can I alleviate to leave some part of the initial cost when creating the element, the question and answer? So now perhaps I could pay more attention to the number of repetitions and the average time of those repetitions. And the initial cost of the item can be kind of neglected, or not neglected, but it doesn't weight. Doesn't have the same weight. The same weight as before. Or could AI help me with this? So I could have AI, those are my goals, this is my end goal. And those are the flashcards I'm creating, or the text I'm going through, and you could provide the flashcards for me, or the flashcards that I create myself manually. You could assess this, provide a value, how much they're contributing, how much gain I'm getting. So I could have a priority that is subjective for the user, and I could have another attribute for the item that is the gain. Is this is contributing how much to my end goal? Therefore, I could see this if I have an overflow of information, which is bound to happen. I could sort my repetitions, not based on the priority with some fuzziness, like in Supermemo, but also based on gain. How much value they are providing with me. Meaning that if I leech a card that provides a lot of gain, but I don't know yet, because it's just being outstanding, it's left outstanding, and I won't become aware until the day of the repetition, and when I lapse it, then I'm sacrificing a lot of gain. So perhaps I want an approach that instead of priority based to the subjective, it is with the help of AI. Let's trust AI does a good job. And I do sort by gain. And perhaps I don't even know that, because today I have not enough knowledge to assess how much value it's providing to my end goal, how much gain it is. Perhaps I'm overestimating. Could be the case, usually the case when you are a noob in a domain. You're overestimating. So I don't know what in the future will happen, but I'm pretty sure we will have a different paradigm. And the priorities seen in Supermemo, it will be to maximize pleasure. Because it's me, subjectively, under my perception, has this importance. Not as in gain, a more machine-like. No, this is mathematically the optimum. What gets more, the highest output.
There you go, nice cooking analogy to make it intuitive. Beautiful. Heuristics of trial and error. Well, I think I'm going to move on to the next thing at this point. This article.
By the way, just to come like full circle, James is doing so, not in the genuine session, in the editing. Why he is speeding up those sections? He thinks they are not that relevant for the audience. Sometimes he speeds this up, but he still does a voiceover. The voiceover is in regular speed, and the actions are in fast-paced. He still has something that, hey, there's something meaningful. So I still share this in the video. Instead of cutting this out, no, it's in, but fast-paced, and with a voiceover. Why sometimes, like here, he doesn't do that? It's silent. And it's quick, it has been edited, and gone. He's doing a selection. Hey, that is not providing any gain to understanding or communicating with the audience. Meaning that if you pay attention to those, let's say, I don't know, 30 seconds that have been edited out and fast-paced to 3 seconds, let's say, is because in those 30 seconds there's nothing, or it's white noise, or it provides no value. That's why he's editing like this, right? That's also something I do. Even if you see now these super long videos on those reactions, the raw versions are even longer, and some of the times that I stop, and I do talk for quite a lot. Sometimes I even cut an entire sections like that, because then I realized, oh, why I was wrong, or he mentions this later in the video and has better quality, so the first iteration I just remove it, stuff like this. I also make these decisions. Why? Because I'm not optimizing for the most pleasure or optimizing for the most money. I'm optimizing for the best experience for the audience, or how I think, how I project the audience, because I'm not my own audience. I have the course of knowledge. I already seen the raw footage. I don't know how it's experienced to see the edited version for the first time, because I recorded an entire thing. Someone will have to erase my memory and then watch my own video, if you know what I mean. Then, what I'm optimizing for the best experience. So the user gets the most value out of the video per unit of time. The unit of time is just a video. In his case, 1 hour. In my case, probably 3 hours or longer. And James himself, he has input and output in his collection. So perhaps this, even if we also cover topics, by the way, not just items, perhaps this more than one dimension, because I also want to maximize my gain as a learner, but at the same time, I want to share this to the world. I also want to optimize the gain as an audience, as an output. So I could have an input and output gain, and they are not calculated the same, if you know what I mean.
That's excellent. So much useful stuff in there. Yeah. I'll link that directly with the output folder because it's so fundamental. Okay, it's already there. Let's go. It's already there. Let's go.
He's linking quite a lot to the knowledge valuation concept. Just to let you know that this is bidirectional. So if he goes to this concept and check view and links, he will see all of the links, all of the elements that link to this concept element, the knowledge valuation. And this again is an example of a book that I don't know if he reads externally. It's in a binary file, PDF, or even could be even physical if you, I don't know. And the red point is just the page number.
Okay, it's already there. Let's go.
This is the priority, I think. Yeah, too quick, I don't know. Sometimes this happens, I don't know if that's the case, but I will take the opportunity that he had this, that it comes from a book in that page, the 38 page or whatever. And it's, oh yeah, not now. Because now I'm this spark of, oh wow, I really want to dig into this. And perhaps, even if I do a subset, I could see those topics that, not now. Even if it's kind of related, not now. I am now on the mood for this, I want to keep going. And if I do this repetition of that book, I will break this flow, this focus. So if that's your case, you just do Control J for later, and that's it. So you don't even log the repetition. That goes.
Let's go.
Yeah, page 38. Yeah. He's an item. In this case, he's an item. Now I'm not even sure. Is he in the neural review still? Because he started the neural review, that was yesterday. He started the neural review with knowledge valuation concept, not from the concept registry. It's also possible to go neural there, but on the element. When the element, the concept that had no text, no components, was loaded in the element window. And now he gets Latin. Something conceived. Concept. Oh yeah, makes sense. So even if it's language learning.
Let's go.
Apologies that I have to go back because it's just in a split second. Oh, yeah, I think it was concept. I'm not going to cherry pick now the frame. So yeah, you could say, oh, Latin, it's off topic. Well, not precisely, because the word in particular is related to concept. The concept is related to the knowledge valuation. Parallel traced scan.
Whenever I say it's Douglas Hofstadter, I know it's going to be something good. And this, of course, is no exception to the rule. The parallel terraced scan. So the idea of the parallel terraced scan, I think, is that you explore many different possibilities concurrently, and for each possibility you estimate the expected reward and invest resources in that possibility according to its
It's super related then, yeah.
its expected reward. And it basically just reminded me a lot of the process of incremental reading, right?
By the way, so he has mental present. I don't know where he is at now, but in the last, because he's losing a lot of synchronization in the knowledge tree. So we have mental representation inside the big book of concepts that is inside what seems to be a reference in a book, which is inside the folder called concept, which itself is inside dimensional relationships, also a folder, and this is below a concept that is called concepts. And this still has two levels. If you see the vertical lines, there's still another layer of hierarchy up. Oh my god. Oh my god. And also notice he has topics, folders, childless folders. So now why he keeps that? Process of the concept information, conceptual framework, concepts can be organized, If you apply done, this will become deleted because there's no children. So perhaps he just applied dismissed. He doesn't want this to come to the repetitions, but there's content. Or, I don't know his exact flow, but if he does this, that moves things around. So you select the branch, or you select even just one element and you move it around on the knowledge tree. What situations can lead from this is that if you move the parent, let's say that I move, in this case, I select mental representation. And I move it inside, I don't know, fuzzy concept. Then the big book of concepts, that's not a good example, sorry. The example will be like this. So, class philosophy has only one child. So I uncollapse this. And the child, I move it and I put it elsewhere. Let's say inside concepts. Bam, drag and drop. Then, this topic is chatless. It's one of the ways. At least what they know that if you follow very, very strictly the principles of incremental reading and how in Supermemo it's meant to be used, this situation it's very very unlikely. Or only possible if it has done manual. The user has done something manually without the functions of incrementalism. That doesn't mean that it's bad, because remember that at the end of the day, the knowledge tree is optional. Just that this will be affecting the neural view, because if it's a ceiling, this has some weight in the calculation, and especially if there are concepts, and especially if you are linking this. Because what could be the use of, how can it be useful to link something that is empty? Let's pretend that conceptual net framework is empty. There's no text on it. It's not that he dismissed, but he has like this thing, text. Or you can link that. It's just, it won't be appearing on your outstanding queue, but it could appear on your neural view, because neural view overrides this. It doesn't matter if it's dismissed, it will appear regardless. The same with a random review, by the way. So perhaps you want to keep this as just dismissed because you want to link it. It's another situation. And the question I have, could it still be useful to link a topic, dismissed topic with no content, so actually a folder, a childless folder, and make links with this? Because next time you will see it, and yeah, what's the purpose of seeing this if it's empty? It's empty today, but I want to fill it in. Why? Because this could be inside my output folder. Because my intention with this is to populate this concept. Folder is not a concept now, still. But I want to populate this, that perhaps it will lead, I don't know, to create items here right away, well, write things down, create the items right away, or copy and paste this to another place in my collection, as James did when he had the table, or whatever. But somewhere in my collection, I will end up with something that doesn't come from a source. Yeah, it will come indirectly through the ideas from a source, an article, or whatever, but it's my own production. So in that case, I will want that, a childless folder, empty. There's nothing else there. That means that theoretically, this is bound, it's temporary, because at some point, it won't be childless. There will be hierarchy down, because even though if I meet just the dummy extracts to create a closed solution, that's hierarchy. It will have children. Or eventually I will apply done, because I have done it elsewhere in my collection. But if you watch my videos, you will see that very rarely I have those. Because very rarely I just dismiss. What I do instead is that I send an interval. I have a convention. Let me, just for the record. It's what I call qualitatively dismissed without dismissing. What do I mean by that? So, is, you know what, let me put this in 2000 days. So I know this is in 2023. This is not dismissed. Next time that I see, oh wow, well, I added 2000 days. This already had an interval, but you get the point. It's, oh wow, that's such a huge interval, right? So when I see this, or if I do it manually, that no, I want the interval to be precisely, to be 2000 days, because this is what is left, the remaining, not the absolute. Keep in mind here it says in days. If I go to Ctrl+Shift+P, the parameters window, it is in whatever. It groups days, then months, and then years. If I put the interval as 2000 here, 2038. No, I don't want. What? 2001? No. I want this. So what I do is I log the repetition, and the next interval will be in 2000 days. Hey, maximum interval is 1825. Okay. Then I know, by convention, that this is manual. Not necessarily, right? It could be that just I have a topic that gets increased, and I have this interval. I can have false positives, but it's so unlikely that I can simplify, and once I have this value, 1825, I know this is a non-dismissed item. It's like saying the non-dead, if you play games, that you have living skeletons in the role-playing games and all of that. They are the undead, right? They're not alive, they are undead. What? It's the same thing. It's an undismissed. If it's undismissed, means it's memorized. Yes, but with this intention. That means that I don't want this to appear in my repetitions. How I can guarantee that? With this. Because it's so far into the future that I won't see it in many years. And not only that, since I have created the interval so long, as a consequence, a priority also changes. So long story short, I'm not going to see this unless it's from a subset or from a search and I get hits. Because I will need years to make this outstanding, and even if it becomes outstanding, the priority is super low. So I will have to go through my entire outstanding queue and then I see this item. And then I can know that. How I can have this category of undismissed topics? Easy. I go to the view, filter, and I want intervals that are exactly 1825. And in this backup, it will be the last one, the only one. I have another one. Okay. So in this case, I have one item that precisely. Oh, I have been so lucky. So lucky. So this is an example of a false positive. That it just happened that naturally I had this interval. But I only do this usually for topics. I could do this for items as well if you want. But I will have very few false positives. And also, I can also know that. Why? Because if I have set this interval manually, that is very far into the future, what I have done is modifying the priority. So if the priority is 64, I know that at the very least, the prior interval was quite high already. Because I have set 1800. But if the previous one was 1000, it's not that much of an increase that if the last one was just 50 days. The U factor is massive. And that's what I can also do, the U factor. U factor will be massive, not in this case. Why? Because it's the first repetition, so it's only one. But it's also like a redundant or a different way that I can search for the same thing, or do the filter, F8, and filter those by the U factor. It's another way to do it. And that is my convention when I don't want to have this. Because then I don't know, if I see this, if I only have 4, okay, I can memorize this by heart. But if I have a few thousand, I do know that this is just dismissed. Or I wanted to keep that, or whatever. If my intention, no, I dismiss it just because I want this from later on. But I want to get hits on the search. I will just do and set a huge interval instead, so it doesn't appear. But it's not dismissed. Therefore, if it's dismissed, I know I applied done. There's no alternative. There's no other situation possible. it's either apply done or nothing. If it's what I will dismiss it, I will know that. I can filter that by the interval that I set the maximum. Which, right away, doesn't have to be the maximum. You can set 1111 or 1000 round. So it's very easy to filter those.
Import topics, and you set their priority. And because your queue is sorted by the priority, you will, over time, invest.
No, not necessarily. Your collection is not sorted by priority. First, your outstanding queue is sorted, yes, and this is a subset. The priority queue is your entire collection minus the pending queue. And then the sorting criteria is what you have here. It will be sorted by priority if you have this, maximum to the left. That will be the case. If not, you will have some fuzziness. Depends how much fuzziness you want. And you can reduce it to the maximum, like if neglecting priorities at all, if they were not existent. So I know what he means, but could be more precise.
Invest more resources in those that have a higher priority than those that have a lower priority. And of course, you are studying many things in parallel. So in my mind, the process of incremental reading, or just incremental learning in general, this applies to the incremental approach, no matter what material you're studying or how you're studying it.
You can learn everything incrementally. Everything. Anything incrementally.
You know, you're exploring in parallel and investing resources in a way that attempts to be optimal.
Well, at least we know that whatever it is that we still don't know, is likely it is incremental. So the maximum gain that we will get versus time will always be incremental. There are interruptions. That's guaranteed.
At this point, I was getting pretty tired, so I ended up not really being able to make any more connections.
Because the neural review is taxing. Even though he did some stuff that was outside of the neural queue, but even though it was related. So when you achieve this level, you just move on or change the subject. So I will do something that is very easy for me. The cognitive load is very low. Could be language, could I just watch a YouTube video, could be incremental video, that is less taxing. Or something unrelated, that could be cooking, walking for a walk with your dog, spend time with friends and family, have a phone call, whatever.
I don't know. I know it's connected in some way, but I just can't.
If you reach this point, okay, I know, I'm pretty sure, I'm getting there. There's a connection, but it's too blurry for me today. Incrementalism is a solution. Sleep on it, literally. Literally, sleep on it. Because when you sleep, you will have memory consolidation. So next time you get your hands on this, it's very likely you have a better outcome. Perhaps not enough. Incrementalism. Eventually, with the end steps, you will be able to do it.
I think I'm getting a little bit tired. I'll decrease. I'll increase the priority a lot. I want to see this again. I think it's such a good idea. I know there's a couple of people in the Discord who I'm going to send this to who are going to really like this idea. I'll make a note of that, send it to them.
The what?
This idea. I'm going to send this to you. I think it's such a good idea. I know there's a couple of people in the Discord who I'm going to send this to who are going to really like this idea.
Yeah. I'm not fully getting why he's smiling for this. Why he's laughing. It's a really good idea, yeah, indeed.
I'll make a note of that, send it to them.
Wait, I will make a note on that. Based on
Make a
his
note of
web,
that, send it to him.
based on the webcam, I'm inclined to think that he's taking a note, a physical note, a pen and paper note, not on the computer. Fine. I want to check everything. So, oh my God, how do you read this? Which university did the AMH originate in? The color contrast is terrible. Oh my God. An example that he doesn't get first about the styling, about the cosmetics, and even the closation, that why wasting time getting rid of the closation? If it's placed here, you know it's dummy. You know it's here just because he created the item through the closation, even if it's not a closation. So there's the ambiguity that, oh, should I fill in this gap? No, obviously you don't. It's very obvious. Okay, so he gets rid of the styling, okay, because it's hard to read. And he adds the theme, like the tag kind of thing, the finance. Yeah, I don't know what is this. AMH, accounting for value. Chicago, okay. Until where, or until when? The WorldCom scandal was the largest accounting scandal in the United States history. At least that's the second commentary, because James said that the first one, he didn't want to have items, because according to him, the items will be very boring to watch as a viewer, right? Something I disagree, by the way. I do enjoy it as well. But since, assuming he is still doing the noodle review, you don't get to choose. It's not a subset. So you don't get to choose, I only want topics or items, right? That's why some items are actually appearing. And even non-outstanding, because I think the time of the recording, it's February 2021, and this is scheduled on August the same year. And no idea. That's why in this case it's not my flashcard. I didn't read the source. That's already a lot. But also until what? If I don't provide anything, perhaps it's a date, or it's I don't know, an event in history. That's why it's so subjective that this flashcard doesn't work for me. Not like this. Regret, decision theory. So if this is the neural review, it's getting a little more off topic. It seems so. But this could still be linked, so that he is still crawling links, explicit links, element to element, element to concept that he did.
Yeah, this could be related to knowledge valuation.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, here you go.
Maybe perhaps you could frame learning as trying to minimize your regret from not picking the best thing to learn. You try your best to pick the things. You try and pick things to learn that will give you the most benefit, and you try and minimize the regret from not picking the best thing to learn.
Yeah, it's like a different way to measure the same thing, more or less. Because you could say that of the choices you could choose and provide different amount of value. If you choose the one that provides significantly less value than the others, the regret will be a lot higher. So it's like an inverse relationship. And if the value, yeah, it's a suboptimal choice, but it's just a fine, you have lost 0.05% of the value, was very close. The regret is minimal. Yeah, it's, let me read. If you make a decision amongst alternatives and you find that you didn't pick the best option, what emotion do you experience? Regret. Yeah, but that doesn't have to be negative because this is like an opportunity chance. It's a learning opportunity. You have a chance that identify this and you make the choices wiser next time. Or you are aware that you made a mistake and you act upon it. That's a good thing. You don't carry on the consequences of that bad choice you did in the past. So more than regret is I would say awareness of a bad decision. Doesn't have to be that negative. That, yeah. For me, this is even positive. That, oh wow, I become aware of something I didn't before. This already is an improvement.
Learn, if that makes sense. Yeah. How do we avoid regret in learning? There we go.
He navigated to the extract he just did. Okay, because he does multiple extracts. Not in this case, I think that was already there in this repetition. It's hard because with him I cannot follow the criteria to pick here. Because even if it says one repetition, I know that he sometimes clicks in the knowledge tree and executes extracts outside of the repetition. So this number doesn't provide me much in the context of his collection. This is, at the very least, one repetition, because he could do more. And this is obvious because he already had an extract. Oh, no, sorry. Because the second repetition will be added as soon as he click on learn. Yeah. But even though what I said is true, that because of his flow, very likely he have a lower repetition count than actually he's doing.
Regret aversion, that sounds really interesting.
Yep. Risk aversion. I have something in my collection about risk aversion, but not related to the decision theory. Was it the fear of missing out, something in psychology? Something that is buried in my priority queue, and I haven't seen in a year. Except the priority, okay. At least now that I noticed, is that I'm so familiar with the Windows, with the most. So what I noticed is that some of the dialogues, Supermemo dialogues, even if they just pop for 5 frames, it's enough for my brain that, oh yeah, that's Alt P dialogue. Oh yeah, that's Control Shift P dialogue. Oh no, that's the Control J dialogue, and so on. Because of so many times I see this popping, especially if you use a hotkey script. Sometimes with the priority so quick you don't even see it, but sometimes you get like a few milliseconds or something like that.
Yeah, this is good.
And that was his keyword of interest, regret aversion. So you can make the decision of the evaluation based on the amount of forget you will feel if you don't choose that option. So it goes in that perspective, I think. Yeah, because going back to what I said, I don't know, half an hour ago, I lost track of time. If I want to maximize my gain, and I select up to 300,000 facts, items, then I could reframe it as regret, that now, shit, I have everything. I have consumed all of my storage that I can physically, biologically, and physiologically, I can keep stable in my brain, in my biological brain. That means that now if I discover something that is more useful, provides more value, provides more gain, this will create a feeling of regret. I should have not memorized that, and now I have a space to memorize this that provides more value. Yeah.
This is more tangentially related, I think, but it's still pretty good. I'll definitely link this directly to the output folder.
Output folder. He said that, output folder. But he doesn't link folder, by the way. He's not linking the output folder because it's a folder, it's a topic. It's not a concept. And he's in the concept registry. But then, he's linking a to my best understanding. He is linking a concept that only exists within the scope of his output folder. Knowledge evaluation, yeah. And it leads me to believe this, that I noticed in the split second, wow, that he doesn't click how to apply templates. It's not a golden rule, but it gives me to permission to believe, reason to believe, he doesn't bother checking twice those boxes because this concept is only being used for linking. It's never used for the concept group and have the build the concept group incrementally and use the hook. So elements that set this concept. No one could be that no one is setting this concept, is only linking this concept. Because I have seen in his knowledge tree that he has concepts with nothing. They're just there. So that means that they're there, yes, in the knowledge tree, they're alone, are childless, but it's because perhaps it's only being used for linking. I don't know. I don't have enough information, but that will be a nice flow. It's a valid, super valid flow. That's why I like. That's why I spend so much time with those reactions, because this gives me the opportunity to share something that I will never do. I have never done in my Supermemo collection, and it's not easy. It's not that I will do this and build a collection in a way that I can share it, because I don't, and then I do shut the video. Why? Because this will require an enormous time to build this app, meaningfully, for the sake of the example, because I don't do it. I will only do it for the sake of recording it.
And I think I'll move on.
Now, usually when he does the extracts, he deletes it right away, right? The alt, the delete before cursor. He doesn't do that in this case. It's because, as he said, he's tired. So he means that because of the cognitive load or was on purpose. But perhaps I miss it. But that I noticed is the very first time, about an hour, we are about to finish the video. It's the very first time I said. And he did that like many times.
And I think I'll move on.
He just did more or less the checkout thing. It was not that long, just to require the scroll bar. He did nothing, just to reset the priority and move on. And this looks like a task. And what I will do now is that, too much effort. I'm too tired for this. In the previous topic he did, is when I will realize it's time to stop. Or to stop the neural review, to quit the neural review. But this will be the most explicit, that, okay, this is obvious. It's time to move on.
Okay, I think at this point, I'm going to go back to the output folder and see if I can just write up any of...
Exactly. So he decided more or less in the same place. I will have to stop.
The ideas I've had so far. I think the research part was really productive. I managed to find a bunch of ideas, especially from Taleb. He was pretty instrumental in this session today.
And I'm pretty sure he will be in more feature sessions. He's a massive resource of golden nuggets.
I would have liked to get more writing done, but I can just feel myself getting tighter and tighter. So, I don't know. I'll see what I can get done in terms of writing, and if I'm not able to get anything done, that's fine. I've already had a pretty good day so far, so let's see.
Oh,
Let's see.
so the output is not just a folder, it's actually a concept. Yeah, he has his output. Here to go.
Output.
Look at that, even more concepts. Space repetition, spread of a space repetition. He had a concept of concepts, Supermemo concepts as well. And he had more that I mentioned before about the counterintuitive, blah blah blah, of a space repetition. They are not ordered here because it's just by ordered alphabetically. So if you don't start with space repetition, they will be in different places. Interesting. He even has more. I wonder how he decides to make concepts.
Valuation.
And now here, I don't know if he quit, because this is what happens. Anytime you can click manual into knowledge tree, and Supermemo will load the element in the element window. But you haven't quit the review necessarily, the neural review. That means that if you press learn, you will continue the queue. You're not quitting it. In order to do so, you have to press escape, and next time you press learn, Supermemo will prompt you, hey, do you want to quit the subset review, the final drill, the neural queue, whatever you're doing. That is not outstanding. And now he's doing like the recap of the session. Something I did at the very beginning when I recorded my own usage of Supermemo. I no longer do that. It seems that he's recalling probably from memory here. He doesn't take a peek at anything he has written before. And yeah, exactly. Now I get it. So most of the time, especially at the beginning of the video, we have seen topics like that. So I assume that he did that incrementally as well, while the repetition seems like not so much. I don't know, at least in those cases. He just creates this from scratch, and then he fills this in one single go.
All right, I think that's pretty much summarized all of that reading that I did.
Let's find this out. Need to find learning techniques, domains that provide convex payoffs. They have an asymmetric relationship between the potential gains and losses, such as losses don't crumble when you and rewards are enormous. And look at the lab's heuristics for anti-fragility. There were 7. I don't know if he's referring to this. Taleb suggests they are both theological approaches and undirected approaches can succeed in making technological and scientific advancements. Does this extend to learning too? But they both must somehow exploit convex payoffs functions. By the way, compare this learning from James that he's displaying here. That's not an hour. That was like, to put on simple, closer to 3 hours in real time without the editing. Compare this to 3 hours of the average medical school student who just downloads a pre-made deck and goes on a smash of repetitions to memorize the answer of those questions. So even relies on the actual wording. Doesn't think that to relate of the memories, just wants to answer the question and move on. Zero the number in the do cards in Anki. Compare the quality of this learning. What do you think will happen in some years? We compare those. The Anki user will only be able to fill in gaps or to make multiple choice to make choices in a multiple choice question. That's about it. How he will apply or get new knowledge, all of that. The difference is massive. Massive.
So that was really interesting. That's pretty much the first time I think I've used neural review, and all of those links that I made are between all of the different concepts.
By the way, could be misleading, I don't know, just in case. Keep in mind, you don't create links while you're neural. So on your regular sessions with incremental learning, when you come across this, you make the links. And this will create a more meaningful neural reviews in the future. That doesn't exclude that during going neural, you can also add new connections, new links. That's one point. And second, all he's doing is linking an element to a concept. He's not limited to this. You can also link element to elements. I have videos on that.
It's like Incremental and all of the power law, normal distribution stuff, and all of the other things I read today. That's really going to come in handy in the future when I come back to this topic and I want to make more progress. I can just go back to this concept, go back to learn, neural review, and it will go back all through all of those concepts and items that I link between, which will provide a lot of, like, hopefully some creative serendipity and...
It will, but it will still be more than that if you also link elements, not just concepts.
New associations and things like that. So I think that's it for me today. It was a really good session again. If you enjoyed this video, do let me know.
I enjoyed this session. I'm letting you know, and assuming you will not go that far into video, I will let you know in the comments once I publish this video.
And
a big thank you. That was the thing. It's like some ironic that I didn't evaluated this. That I think this video is kind of okay, an example of neural review. I skim it, thinking that he will only display a neural review going through that queue, and that's all. But there was a lot more to learn from that video. I will even tell you, to be honest, that most of the, at least personally for me, most of the value I got from this video doesn't actually come from his neural review. I could neglect whatever he shows about the neural review, and I will get 95% of the value of the video anyways.
I'll see you in the next one.
See you incrementally. Nice. So that is the longest video he has about the commentary. Now let me go through the comments. Okay, that's even from himself. Replacing himself, okay. I think it was quite misleading at 6. Let me check.
Well, at least for me, a large part of it was that the 20 rules of knowledge formulation only deals with knowledge formulation.
Okay, I remember. That was 2 days ago, by the way, because I have to shoot this video reaction incrementally. I get tired in between. Too many hours. So it was kind of misleading. Woos has written a ton about knowledge evaluation. Yes. Including both what the brain values, knowledge evaluation network, as well as what the knowledge is worth learning. I'm sure he have made mistakes like this in other commentaries. I have mistakes. So, no worries. Sorry, Woos, Piotr Wozniak, if you see this. No worries. I should have made it more clear. I am focusing on what Piotr Wozniak refers to as rational evaluation network. Yeah, it's like too idiosyncratic, perhaps. Cool. Very interesting. Oh man, this doesn't make justice. A lot of golden nuggets lost here, or unnoticed. I don't know. 800 views. That's a lot more than I usually get. I will try to make shorts of this huge video I'm recording to try to spread those golden nuggets from James. Let's see. The last comment. Oh, I know that person, by the way. He's no longer using Supermemo. Could you share your AutoHotkey scripts through a GitHub repository? Also, some quick instructions about each script is for how we use them in combination with UELI and Supermemo. UELI was that software that he can trigger with the file, basically, from a operative system level. And yeah, it is not something I will do. I will prefer to actually summon this through a master auto-hotkey script, which is what I do. It should save me a lot of time and be valuable to others too. Myself and others could even add auto-hotkey scripts and produce more ideas for how to automate Supermemo workflow, automate Supermemo flows. Yes, because the auto-hotkey is just one of the attempts to circumvent the great limitation of user experience in Supermemo. It's terrible. So you have less friction with this. Let's see his response. Absolutely. I will add them to his Git repo. Oh, he did? Let me actually check. It's not a full URL, but I visited this 4 years ago. That doesn't seem like he did. No, and James is not here. Now you only have the priorities. So he did not do it. No worries. Because at the end of the day, what's best is to make your own. Incrementally, you will make your own scripts based on your own needs, requirements, use cases, preferences, and even knowledge how to actually do it. Yep. That was all. Thank you, James, for this video. Now I do appreciate it, unlike before. I missed a good video. That is the downside of incremental video, by the way, that I don't do anymore. Those has been my 2 cents, 3 hours perhaps. Hope this has been helpful. Let me know, and see you incrementally.